Welcome back. Welcome back. Come on in. Grab a coaster and grab an ashtray.
Yo, yo, what's up?
What's going on, bro?
What's up, Dbloc?
How's everybody doing?
I'm doing good. Haven't been here in a while. How are you?
Half asleep, getting some caffeine in, trying to trying to snap to life here.
Do you usually sleep during New York Open?
Yeah. Listen, I played this game long enough. I'm gonna get my rest. Let them do what kind of all the lunacy they like to do during that session. I'm asleep. Nah, it's just the timing right now. For the last half of this cycle, being up at the end of Asia, beginning of the UK to make some setups for the day has been more lucrative than being up trying to overtrade the chop during US session.
Yeah, makes sense. I've seen that this sell-off that we had last night or yesterday was because of one huge seller selling lots of BTC spot through, I think Galaxy was selling it for them.
Yeah, it sort of cascaded, but we've had that buy. Well, there was a sell wall down there at 1,700 Bitcoin that actually ended up being like 2,000 Bitcoin. There was little doubt in my mind that they were gonna come grab that. So luckily we had the target on the screen. We got one more target down at 12, at 112, that I'm hoping we don't necessarily have to go back to right now. But I've got a grid set up. I had one of my orders click in from last night. I set 10 orders down to 112 just in case shit got ripped while I was sleeping. But we managed to hold. That dude with the 2,000 Bitcoin did a really good job of stopping price here, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, it might have been that you remember that huge wallet that had been holding Bitcoin for 10 years or something? Might have been him
I don't know.
just offloading.
I don't
But it was
know.
definitely like some real sell pressure, like spot sell pressure is
Mm-hmm.
definitely different than if it's just perps selling. And then you had a bunch of perps jumping on it, and like I saw the open interest go up
Yeah, it
a lot while
cascaded.
we're dumping. Yeah, I guess some people just saw that there was like huge sell pressure coming in and they just try to
Bro,
profit
the
off
the
that.
environment we've been in right now is where I would say probably like 70% of hardcore traders are stuck to their screen right now. So yeah,
Yeah, we're
there
really
was a lot of
close.
people to react to that,
Yep.
in real time.
Everyone just glued to their screens, yeah. And we're just really close to getting back into the range
Yes,
that we've been in
sir.
since July 11th, I think. Too bad that it's Friday, otherwise we could just have a nice pump through that range if we get it.
We are basically at the price where retail came in when we popped up and started making that move. Our last inflow of retail, we're at the point where they're broken even or underwater. That's usually a pretty good sign. Right? It flushes out those new people that buy too high and puts those coins in the hands of stronger holders or calmer holders, I should say, right? Not very easy to shake those Bitcoin. Somebody that just came in at 115, they see it come down, they're like, yeah, I'm out. Somebody that's been in here since 49, even just like halfway through the bull market, gets their hands on those Bitcoin that the guy that just came in sold, he's not selling those until the top. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Just stronger hands.
Let's see if we get that W before CME close. Only 1.5 hours to go.
Yeah, Rajesh, we have all Friday to officially set in the trap longs and trap shorts. Right, as of right now, this is what the playing field looks like. But yeah, we could, if we were to pop up through here and get through liquidations and squeeze up into the 120s or something before the end of the day. The problem is this. The problem is CME. Right, CME closes right here. So our weekend range for our trap will be set wherever price hits the CME. So there's not a lot of time right now, right? Last night we were talking about the possibility of coming down, sweeping this, hitting that buy order, getting a big reaction off of buy orders, sweeping these liquidations, and then coming down to do the trap, right? But we hit that buy order and we didn't pop like at all. And then we tried to go down again and it held us, but we didn't pop. So what that means is we've got plenty of sell pressure, right, from this bearishness. And these orders underneath are literally holding price. So while it looks like price is going sideways, it's really this that's happening.
Maybe everyone's
You're
just
getting equal
spooked.
pressure. Yeah, you're getting equal pressure on both sides. So price is going sideways here. If it wasn't for those buy orders, we'd be at 112 by now, in my opinion.
Maybe people are just
Hold on a second. Streamlabs is acting up here. No stream issue. I think I sniped it though. Yeah, let's get those likes going, guys. We got 120 people and only 29 likes. A lot of people watch on their TVs, though. I was looking at the analytics yesterday. Some of y'all just sitting on the couch chilling.
I got TV, Alexa, my phone, and the computer going.
Man said Alexa's running it. That's what's up. Yeah, it is, Leighton. Room 112, where the players dwell. That was Biggie's boy band. Crazy.
Are you more of a Biggie guy because you're from New York, or
I'm from
did
Brooklyn.
you
It's
listen?
I don't have a choice in the matter. I'm a Knicks fan, and Biggie's the best rapper to ever do it. These are things that I was born into. More subconscious choices.
Well, Tupac also lived in New York, I think,
Yeah,
when he was younger.
yeah. What CFTC report exactly, Al, are you talking about? Or if you don't know what the report is, just let me know when it's dropping and I'll do the research for you when I go do some research in a bit. Look into it. We ended up breaking that support on DOM. This thing is setting up structure and I don't necessarily like it. Right? We turned that resistance into support.
Where did you pull that fib? Is it from the entire move of this bull run?
Yeah, I pulled it from I'll show you. I just pulled it to the drop. Just a fib retracement. So we hit that 382, came back, tested support. I still think we're shooting for at least 0.5. Now there is a possibility that we only get a double top or something like that, or a lower high on 0.382. But the reason that I'm worried about it is because if we're gonna make a move to all-time high on Bitcoin, and eventually we will, DOM is gonna go with it. Right, and this move that we saw here, see this big push up that we saw here on DOM? That happened here, right? So you see this is a good example of what I'm worried about. Look at what DOM did when we came up off the bottoms, right? This push up on Bitcoin made DOM reverse, right? So this move here, right? That move there happened on Bitcoin's up. Bitcoin then retraced and went sideways, but look at what DOM did. Right, in that same time, DOM continued to go up, which is when our alts got sort of slaughtered there. River, you got an open mic. So
Sorry.
you're good. So what I'm worried about is if we make this move up to ATH, right? Then DOM is gonna make a move up probably to 382. The problem is, what do we do when we get there? So if we get to ATH and we reject, even slightly, even if let's assume we do exactly what we did here, right? We get to ATH, we reject, and we go sideways. Well, look at what DOM did during that down and sideways, right? That was the biggest move for DOM. So if we're already at 382 and that happens, then I have to assume that DOM is going to at least get to 0.5. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that wouldn't be very good for alts.
No, which is why I'm hesitating and why I'm sort of really trying to future trip a little bit here and figure out how this is gonna work.
Isn't that what is that 3236 resistance now.
I mean, when things are bullish, yeah. But we went through that like butter. I mean, we didn't even hesitate the first time through. There really is no chart resistance for the most part. You know, we pay attention to levels where we did catch before, like, you know, these ranges. But as far as like real actual, like, there's no order book, right? So there's no resistance on the chart.
Yeah.
It's just traders trading and making decisions on alts and Bitcoin with lines on DOM that make it hit certain lines.
So let's say we get the good case. We could just Bitcoin could just range during the weekend as usually, and then maybe ETH makes a move, or XRP, or both, and DOM goes down
That would keep DOM from pushing
during the
yeah.
weekend.
What I'm worried about is that we get another situation like this where we go sideways and DOM pushes. In other words, I think it's coming up to 0.5 regardless. I don't want that to happen without Bitcoin being at all-time highs. Because that means we
because if
still
Bitcoin
have...
pushes, it doesn't
Exactly.
really matter.
Exactly. Yeah. Obviously, we can't make it happen, right? But it's just a good idea to know what a perfect scenario looks like and what, you know, a not so perfect scenario looks like and what it means.
Yeah, pre-planning and having different scenarios of this then that, so that you don't get caught.
How'd everybody's alts do overnight? Okay, good.
ETH was looking pretty good for a little bit.
Sean said I stopped looking.
ETH BTC went up at first during the
Oh, really?
first small bounce, because ETH almost retraced that entire dump, but then went back down again.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, ETH
Which
has
is
been
pretty
showing strength.
unusual. Usually you see ETH completely
Well, we're turning that
shit
corner.
the bed.
We're turning that
Yeah.
we're turning that corner on it. Hold on. You guys remember this?
All right. I was away from the computer for a minute, but did I hear you say, Dbloc, that Biggie was the best rapper ever?
Yeah, I didn't stutter when I said it either. Nice and clear in 4K with my chest and my Brooklyn flag flying behind me.
All right. Well, that
Oh,
might
yeah.
be the case, but he got pretty famous pretty quick. And if you think back, who was he spending a lot of time with?
Oh, okay. So what's interesting is you think that it's up for debate.
No. Well, maybe. I don't know.
Everybody's entitled their own opinion. I know the truth. Best to ever do it.
But who was his best buddy though? Who was in every single one of his videos?
Don't be mad because you can't fly internet models out to get freaky at your house, bro. You gonna hold that against Diddy? Y'all I need to really look into that court case. The worst shit that man did, he didn't even get charged for, and that's the shit he needs to be under the jail for. I think it was one of those cases where we can't get you for what we know you did, but we'll get you for something else and make you pay for it.
What was it? The worst thing he did?
Beat the shit out of
Kill
that girl, man.
Tupac? Oh, that one, yeah.
Nah, that was horrible.
Sure.
The way he put hands on Cassie in that video, and that bullshit about
that was-
too much time had passed or whatever. Like, that's bullshit, bro. He deserved to be under the jail for that shit for the rest of his life.
Saying is,
That girl is like 100 pounds soaking wet.
I don't know if y'all listen to Guru and DJ Premier, but some people probably don't know who they are. They never hung out with Diddy, I don't think. But that was some talent right there. Gangstar.
The 90s had the most talent ever out of any cycle. And out of everybody there, Biggie still stood out. So that should tell you something.
Well, cause Diddy stood out. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, there was a lot. Most Def, like Nas, you know, Mobb Deep,
Tupac,
they
baby.
were all.
Tupac, baby. Sorry, Brooklyn boy. Tupac.
It's okay to be wrong.
I'm wrong all the time, baby.
Yeah, it's okay to be wrong.
There's one thing I'm most certain about, and when you talk about Gangstar and Guru, yeah, don't forget that Jazzmatazz stuff that they put out too.
Jazzmatazz, dude. Yeah, that was tight.
That was
I
cute.
still rock all that, and Biggie, of course.
Man, what did I walk into?
We're debating which was the best rapper.
Guys,
Like
I get a daily.
They're
Dbloc
debating.
insists that it was
They're
Biggie.
debating who's the best rapper.
I get a daily dose of Tupac. I still do
Like
every.
All right.
like an Australian opinion would matter, but I really like
Pour water upside down.
Bone
All right.
Bone Thugs and Harmony for me.
I've seen
Yeah,
them
there
on
was-
concert.
If you're from the West, I can accept
Method
that.
Man and
If you're from the
Wu-Tang.
West, if you're from the West, I
I've
could
seen
accept
them in
Pac and
concert on the
and
Lollapalooza.
Bones.
Bones, Thugs and Harmony. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what
Too
Bones?
Short,
You know what
seen
Bones' absolutely best song was of all time?
Give it to me, baby.
The one with Biggie in it.
Which one, sorry?
The one with Biggie.
The one with Biggie in it.
Yeah.
I think he fell short with the one on Tupac, in my personal opinion.
I got to give it up to him though, Bone Thugs. Every single time I've seen him a couple
Danny.
times on stage, and, they always give props out to Eazy-E for getting him in the scene, and they do a really good job of saying thank you back to everybody. So I
Danny,
give it up to him.
Danny said KRS-One already said he's number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's true. That's the teacher though, man.
So
He's out of the conversation. That's the teacher.
I know who my favorite is, and there's favorites for everybody. But in truth, the best rapper ever lived is Eminem still. Yeah. So we can like all our favorites and everything, but Eminem, good God, that man is a lyrical genius.
he's just kind of, I feel like, in a class of his own, though. Like, I don't even.
He is the one that will represent in ages to come. We'll have legacies. We'll have.
I don't know though. He got kind of did that dude just get muted for saying that?
No.
but no, like
Hit Eminem up and ask him who his favorite rapper is.
Yeah, that's true. But still, like, you think that if we're all the other ones aside, right? If we're talking about just New York, you really think that Biggie is better than Nas?
Yeah, I do.
Nas, dude.
Yeah. You realize who inspired Nas, right?
I mean, I don't know.
Now, if you want to have a Nas Jay-Z argument, we could have that, but Biggie's already cemented.
Nas was.
I never really thought Jay-Z was one of the greatest anyway.
With you.
Now, like Rakim and KRS-One, like all that, like people
Rakim-
say they're all in the
JL.
same.
JLP says
Rakim and DOC.
Lauren Hill wins the battle though if she shows up. If she doesn't show up 3 hours late like she does to all her concerts.
Jay-Z changed the industry and made it a Mongol industry, monetary wise. You know,
The problem,
branding,
yeah,
he was a
While
G.
we're at
the
it,
problem is
while we're at it though, what about Big L?
the classifications, right? People have different classifications. Some people do it by record sales. Some people do it by money. Some people do it by influence. Some people
In
do it by
social.
cultural relevance. Everybody's got a different standard how they pick.
Well, I'm from the South, and you guys have not mentioned Atlanta at all.
Nope.
So you got Outcast, and they
cool.
were always to be reckoned with.
Hey, Rappaporte, man, Rappaporte.
8 Ball and JG 3-6 Mafia.
Dude, I know he wasn't around for that long, so he didn't have that as much of a legacy. But Big L was mad, like lyrically, he was out of control.
All these things are true.
It's like all these things are true, but Biggie is still the best.
Basically. Damn, it didn't work, man. We refreshed, we recycled the mojo, and this price is still getting suppressed as shit here. Look at the tape.
We've got options expiring.
Yeah.
You know, so until the day closes, there's going to be some suppression to max pain, and I like the charting, and I'm still thinking we might come back for one quick validation and springboard.
Yeah, I was hearing a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking over here. None of you guys got no flow. No one wants to battle anyway, so you guys might as well just save it because none of y'all got flow. Maybe Dbloc got a little bit of flow, but no one wants to battle.
Drew, I'll battle you.
Let's go. Let's go downstairs right now. Downstairs right now.
I was gonna say if I do that, Dbloc will kick me out of the room.
Nah, y'all go
Hey,
crazy,
everyone.
bro. Y'all go crazy. Record it. Drop it on YouTube. Make shorts out of
Slim
it.
Thug. What about Slim Thug? Anyone? From Houston.
Hey, it's the
H-Town.
Thuggish Ruggish Bone. You know we
Bottom of
love
the
that.
map.
It's the first
Big
of the
ball.
blood.
Drew, are we gonna do this freestyle or are we writing diss tracks?
I think we got to do a all love freestyle. I'm positive vibes only. I'm about to win a case. Actually, not a case.
All right, word.
It'll be another settlement against a whole country.
The Romanian rapper is back. Let's go.
I think this might
Yo,
need to be on
imagine if that
YouTube.
shit snowballs.
Drew's suing the whole country.
Drew, imagine that shit snowballs. Like, imagine it ends up being like the domino that tips. Drew will be responsible for bringing down an entire country.
I mean, I started with a little like village area and it grew to a city. So now my lawyer's like, we might as well do the whole country because it's actually a national problem.
You see what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
That's funny. Nah, you're doing God's work, bro.
Man, I've been beaten up. They're used and abused. So
I bet you they don't do it to the next
not-
person. Let's just put it like that.
That's what I'm
If you
saying.
win the case, I bet you don't do it to the next person.
Yo, I've been trying to get this apartment under my name since 2017.
You haven't won that yet.
No, still that's why I'm suing now. Now I'm like, you guys have lost me money. It's like, and now I'm getting PTSD. But yeah, it's entertainment too in a way.
Dbloc, with your theory about Bitcoin dominance, do you find it still holding up, or has that opinion changed? I just got on here on the rap introduction.
Nah, I
section.
mean, we dropped a little bit, but we dropped to where you would expect if this was going to continue. It looks like it's staging. We turned that resistance into support, so I'll be paying attention to it really closely on Bitcoin's next push up to see how it reacts. Yo, anybody get those phantom, like, you know, when your phone's on vibrate and it's sitting on a table? That buzzing sound? Anybody just randomly hear that shit every once in a while? Or am I losing my shit?
No, it's like they call you, but they instantly hang up. I don't know what it is. I don't get it either.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. That's a lot better than I'm just hearing shit.
I used to get
There's
phantom
also
baby
something.
cries.
Bro, that
Yeah,
happens
there's
to me
something
all the
called
time.
ghost vibration, where you just imagine the vibration.
I'm not
but
gonna hold you.
nothing
My
actually
phone has been
happened.
going off for like the past 20 minutes, on and off doing that. And I
That
look
just
at it, it's right in front of me, and it's not, there's nothing, but I can hear it or feel it. Maybe there's something else vibrating.
Yeah, I get it because I get like my calls get auto rejected, but it buzzes just to let me know it's call came in.
You ever have it happen, and then when you check your phone, it rings? That's trippy. Like you hear a call, you didn't get a call, you're looking at it, and then it starts to ring.
Isn't that where that phrase "your ears are ringing" comes from? I'm just kidding.
You know what it is? It's the market maker. They're out there to get you.
Oh, it's my market maker pager going off. My bad. It's in the desk. Hold on. He says you're screwed. But put it back in the desk.
Hey, happy Friday, y'all.
So far, so good.
Happy Friday, bro.
Dbloc, what would be the best outcome of this since we're so close to the CME? Would it be the false move downwards and just rip up
No.
line?
When I talk about false moves, that's already after the weekend trap's already been set. CME's been closed. That's a Sunday, Monday thing. The best thing for us right now is that we pump. There's not enough time to do anything else. There's not enough time to trap more shorts. We just barely have enough time to get up to the psychological high or low inside that range, which is basically the range that's created during the last weekend trap. So we're literally coming back up into the exact same spot. And we need to, it depends on where we are when we hit this line. Right? That'll be our CME close, and then that'll be our weekend trap at that point.
And if you could draw a magic wand up there, what do you see playing out over the next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Jesus Christ, bro. No pressure.
No pressure at all, brother. I mean,
Said,
August usually
said 3
August
weeks.
is usually bad, right?
I'm expecting a summer top at some point once we push through. August would be a good time for that. Well, yeah, August would be a good time for that. Early August. I think that we get a pump off of, let's check our numbers. Let's go to FedWatch. I'm still in the idea that we will get a cut in September. Let me see. 62% chance of a 0.25 cut in September. July. I might as well be nothing. So yeah, I mean, I would expect some repositioning going into this news. Right, depending on how hard he hits us at this next FOMC, and I just mean language-wise, we're still gonna have to react to that. But if it's bullish, then yeah, we can trend up, have a bit of a retrace in August, going into that cut in September, going into, I believe, 4 ETF deadlines early October, right? So that lines up for a good push.
Hey D, how are you, man?
I'm good, bro.
Can I ask you a question really quick?
Yeah, what's up?
So, talking about yesterday, because I feel so frustrated after yesterday, to be honest. Perfect setup. Trade was doing great. Invalidation, stop loss, at the point to break even, so protecting the account. always. But
Oh, you broke up, bro.
because
Your mic
I
broke
didn't
up. Say
want to take
again.
profit because it was just
Say again. You broke up.
I left. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
Because I'm
now.
driving. I'm sorry. I left money on the table because it was not even half on my target, so I didn't to profit.
Hmm.
So what was your suggestion? What do you recommend? Like in a strategy?
I mean, if it didn't get up to your target, it didn't get up to your target, right? A trailing stop loss will help you with that sort of situation if there's enough profit to make it worth it. But it depends on where your invalidations are, right? If the chart didn't give you a spot to move your stop loss up to, then it's just one of those trades that fails, unfortunately. If you're at the screen, you can always decide to manual, right? And you can always decide to take something when it's starting to look bearish. I'd have to see. You'd have to show me your chart when you get home. Jump on and share your chart, and I'll walk through it with you.
Okay, sounds good, buddy. Thank you.
No problem, bro. I got you.
What I would say is that you track your trades, maybe journal them. And then if you have like 30, 40, 50 trades and you see that a lot of times you don't reach your target, then you know that's a problem that you have to maybe change your targets. But if it happens once, that can always happen.
Yeah.
Like, you're never gonna have every trade work out.
And the front
'Cause,
running has
like, if
been
you do a
savage.
trailing, yeah, and like if you do a trailing stop on every trade, then sometimes it might just pull back, trigger your stop loss, and then still hit your target. So yeah, there's always a risk involved.
Yeah.
No matter how you do it.
Red. That's funny. I don't know, bro. I've had to talk myself out of some shit. I was in a neighborhood where you had to have the gift of gab to get yourself out of some sticky situations. Maybe that's it.
Starting to see momentum on the 15-minute.
I have a quick question. I'm looking at Doge right now, and for the past, that chart is on the 15-minute is just something different right now. It looks like I don't know. I just haven't seen a chart on the 15 for Doge at least look like it's looking like right now. Is there any way you could take a peek at it? It's like
Yeah, I'm taking a look now.
hour and a half is crazy.
Let's take everything off of the chart and let's just look at this naked. No vectors, no nothing. You see your exit now, right?
I got out the other night. I told you.
So what you're doing is you're coming back and you're claiming imbalances. Remember I said that we're back to the point where retail came in, right? Retail basically came in on this daily candle. This is when everybody was in here talking about how their favorite coin had the highest Google searches, and we were at like all-time high. I think XRP was at 100 on Google searches on this day, right? That lets you know retail comes in. We're to the point now where almost all of them have been slaughtered, right? Almost all of them have been taken out. And this isn't just a Doge thing, right? Like if you look at right, XRP, same thing, right? You're down to the point where everybody came in. Big candle where everybody decided to press the button. This is it. We've taken it all back. So we go back to Doge and turn on our vectors. Right, you see the vector recovery. Right, we came back, we cleared that vector. Market maker paid himself for that. We've lost the 13. Right, so we're in mean reversion, most likely down to the 50 EMA 200. It'd be about 20 cents, and that clears all of these vectors here. Holding support there will keep us from having to clear these. Right, that's going to be clutch. So when you get down to the 15-minute, what you're seeing is those positions being walked down.
So is it safe to say if it loses the 50, it's going to be a goner for a long time?
On the daily, yeah, if it loses the 50, you're going down to the 800. You're going to clear the rest of these vectors. That's going to take you back into the teens. I don't think that's happening at all. I'm still I'm still super bullish. I think this holds, right? I think what happens is that this, well, I already have it on the screen here. That support resistance flip, right, where all of that action happened. We came, we held it, lost it, had resistance twice, finally got above it. This 50 and this 200 will be right inside of this by the time price comes down. So you've got level of confluence there. And then if you pull your fibs from your bottom to your top, then you see your 0.5 fib is right there too. Right, so you got your 0.5 fib, your 200 EMA, your 50 EMA, and your support resistance.
Yeah, I remember you charting this out for us, and everything kind of had confluence with what I was thinking. To have alerts, because I know Doge jumps pretty rapidly after it hits its, its support area. It's hard to get entries. To set alerts, I've got an alert set a little bit below 22, where it could take just, all the stop losses that might exist at the current moment, so I can start tracking it and try to get in somewhere around 21. Hopefully a little bit less, but it's spot positioning. So
20 is really the line in the sand, yeah. I mean, it should hold the twos. If it goes into the teens, it's showing weakness.
Right.
AVAX is looking similar. Somebody just asked me to look at AVAX. That 50 EMA, right? We're on the 200 right now. We haven't lost it yet. So there's still a chance that it doesn't have to come down. This vector here has already been reclaimed. You see how this wick came down into this vector? So this vector isn't as big of a draw as the one on Doges. This was the one that was left over, and that's already been wicked down. So if this 200 holds on AVAX, then you can start looking for like vector recovery and, a move up. Not all of these are going to come down to their 50. Excuse me. Some of them are going to consolidate until their 50 comes up to where they are, basically.
Okay. Got a question back for the Doge, where you put the support resistance line when you drew it. Was that from the order block that calls the downturn?
No, this is just the resistance that we had when we were in this range.
Okay.
We had resistance there, resistance. It finally broke that resistance, popped over, then turned it into support. So that became our support resistance flip. Once we lost that, we tried to get over it, resistance again, and finally it popped. So what we're trying to do is hold that level.
Well, my question was kind of this. If I was to start mapping that out, just exactly how you did on that, the initial, obviously I see the 3 vector candles, in a row up there, and I see the top wick, and then I also see, the hot pink colored, dramatic one drawdown. Because you didn't necessarily pull up the fib first, you started drawing out that first. Could you share a little bit about your insights when you're doing the support resistance flip of how big to draw the box, or kind of give a little bit more?
For me, I don't draw them as a line. Some people like to draw them as a line.
Right.
Support resistance is a range, right? It's not a line. You think of it like a rubber band, right? Even if you're drawing it as a line, think of it like it's a band that can flex up, that can flex down. What I do is I try to include all the wicks, right?
All the wicks. Makes sense. Okay.
The bottom of the line here would be where somebody draws a straight line across the wicks that we rejected off of. The top of the line is where we caught, right? But we have wicks that came up to the top of the line on both instances, right? So for the most part, that's a zone of support and resistance. Right? You've got about a $50, $60 zone there.
Okay.
Because the amount of people that just draw a straight line and then it goes through their line and they're like, oh, it's not holding resistance or it's not holding support, and it's like it's a range. Sometimes that box will be small, sometimes it'll be big.
All right.
Let me
Looks
clear
like the
a
theory
lot of
goes
this shit up.
Theory goes as until the internet searches come back, there's going to be small little pumps until it finally reaches that. And it's definitely on a descending channel. So, the farther it falls, the harder it will pump in the future. Like to a certain level. Let me take that back. We need a bull dip stronger than the one we've had.
For me, it all comes down to motivation. Where's the money at? Right? We turn on our liquidations. We see the liquidations on the daily aren't the motivation, right? There's no vectors on the way down, so there's no vector recovery motivation to the top. Only motivations we have are mean reversion to the 200 and the 50 and these vector candles.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So that's what I'm starting to see things through your eyes. I see what you're talking about. So the motivation also has to go up, also has to come down. And
there's got to be a reason to go up. If nobody's buying right now and you want market maker to push price up, there has to be something above that he's targeting to make it worth it, or why would he spend the money? Right? When we look on the 15-minute, we take this vector range right here. And we slide her all the way across. See how we came and reclaimed that range?
Yes, I do.
So the motivation is to clear this shit up. Now, on the 15-minute, can you have ups? And yeah, of course, right? This is when we're scalping. Even in downtrends, we look for times where we're going to pop up and have dead cat bounces or small relief rallies, seller exhaustion. But for the most part, the motivation is still down here.
Right. And I was just looking at the 15 right there, and it was looking like, small little flag where it might go up to the psychological low and then get rejected, of course.
Yeah. You do have psychological low and psychological high mean reversion motivation here still, but it's not very strong, like I said. Coming down to clear all of this, get all of these guys out of there. When we talk about bulls make money, bears make money, pigs get slaughtered, these guys have been in 25x longs since 20 cents.
They're coming to get cleared.
Ran it all the way up, didn't take profit, ran it all the way down, haven't taken profit. They're gonna get, they will come get that.
And it'll be a fast move out. Nobody will be able to.
Well, that'll be that move down to grab that liquidation will be this move to the 50 and the 200. Right? That's the gas that takes you to this move. So you have the motivation, you got the gas to get there, and you don't have a whole hell of a lot of sort of buying pressure to stop it. You get what I mean?
Yeah, dude. It just seems like as soon as that area comes into basically an optimal buy zone, that it doesn't stick around for a long time when it likes something, that's for sure. And it definitely doesn't stick around when it doesn't like something, that's for sure. You know.
I'll be right back. So right now, that's what I'm looking for. Pop up, maybe not get the full measured move for the W. Come into CME close, end up going sideways for the next 48 hours, somewhere around 118, 117. That's future tripping. I just want you to know where my head's at.
What's the VPVR suggesting? What I'm looking at, it's showing that it's going to be a fast move towards the upside.
We got to get
See that
above
gap?
116. Once we get above 116, it'll be a quick shot to
Quick shot,
117.3.
yeah.
We got a pretty quick big gap there.
Yeah.
I think we would get rejected off that high volume node, right? Maybe a
Yeah.
wick over to get that measured move. Come back down into this gap. It's all going to be timing, right? CME closes.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to map out how much strength we have in the amount of time that's left.
Exactly. I just pulled the VPVR, saw that gap, how it might be a quick move up. Slowly climb towards the VR right. Once we cross that your W line, it's gonna be a quick move up. And you see that tape is letting up a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Do have that support to contend with at 17. Patience is always rewarded, Donkey. The market moves money from the impatient to the patient. There's not going to be any intense moves, Gentax, for the rest of the weekend. We'll get stuck at CME, in my opinion, like we do every weekend. Now, what happens Monday is a different story. What I do like is that we've come down and picked up a lot of that obligation underneath. I would have liked to come down and grab more of that liquidity, personally. Going down and grabbing some of that liquidity would have made it to where when we were in the weekend trap, we would have no bottom side obligations for the most part.
Dbloc, can you explain to me why the CME chart is at a completely different price than the perp chart? Like, because the CME is
It's
at
the premium.
117.
Yeah, it's just the premium between the
790.
two. The reason that I watch the perp chart is because from watching it for so long, I used to track both. But from watching it for so long, it's obvious to me that the algo respects where CME closed on perps as far as where the trap is set. So I pay attention to it a little more. But I always watch the difference between the close on both.
So, but here's the thing: is we still haven't closed that CME gap on the CME chart on the daily. And I
Yeah.
did a measured move, or not a measured move, but I was like, okay, well, how much further down percentage-wise do we have to go to fill that gap? And at the time, it was like 2.5%. And then I'm like looking at the perps chart at a different price that's much lower, and I'm like, okay, so 2.5% down on perpetuals brings you back to like 112, 113 to close that gap.
Mm-hmm.
So there's really like a $2,000 difference.
Yep. I told you I don't spend too much time worried about the daily gaps. If the gap wasn't left on the weekend, I don't consider it a strong magnet. It's not just a me thing, it's most traders, right? So that's why the push towards that weekend CME gap is so strong, because way more people trade into that.
But the market maker does everything they can to not leave it on.
Yeah, they're still gonna.
Yeah,
It's just as good as any other gap. It's just not as. I'm not as deterministic when it comes to it, right? Like, it's not gonna move me one way or the other if it happens to be a CME gap on a daily. If it doesn't have confluence with a bunch of other shit. What is interesting about that CME gap at 112 is that that's the macro resistance, right? The macro support that we want to test. So that makes it a little more interesting. CBBI, I believe, is like at 83. Let me check.
82.
83?
82.
82. Nice. All right. We're good. So right now, our task is, well, market maker's task is to get price up as far in between these trap longs and trap shorts as possible. Right? You give yourself a nice area for deviations. This actually, where I have it, is higher than, you would really want it right in the middle. But I think they come after these vectors, and time-wise, I think we basically trap a little bit higher, but we'll see. We got to get above this support and shit first. This support resistance flip. Still got an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes to cook here.
So I mean, are we really gonna go up that high and trap the highs that, like, trap the longs that high, or like to make the weekend trap, or are
They're
we looking
already
at it?
longs are already trapped.
No, shorts are trapped.
Yeah, and the longs are trapped at 119.5.
What? Oh, okay. Well, so that could still be the, as long as it doesn't take out that high.
Yeah,
then we could already be in the weekend trap right now.
That's what I'm saying. We're trying to see how far up we go so we know where our weekend range is going to sit. Right? Sides are already trapped. The question is, do we have a type 1 trap or a type 2 trap, right? Do we have a type 2 trap that's right above our shorts? Do we have a regular trap? Do we just come down and triple bottom and have a type 3 trap that has no trap shorts at all? And there's still an hour and a half to figure that out. This is just my best guess if I was forced to draw it out, which I'm not. I don't know why I keep doing it to myself.
Well, I mean, why would it doesn't seem like enough time to really get out there. It doesn't seem like there's enough strength. Like, I saw the W much earlier, but I was like, I don't really have, like, I mentioned it, but I was like, I don't know if I have much faith in it.
We're at our bullish trigger here. You've got a bit of resistance, but this bullish trigger here, because of the VPVR we were just looking at, you go into that gap, should be a pretty quick run up to 17.3. Then it's just going to depend if that creates any sort of FOMO. Right? And you look to the right, it's just all vector recovery. I mean, to the left. But yeah, I hear you. There's plenty of times that I draw something out as what I think is going to happen, and it doesn't seem like there's enough time for it. But just looking at everything, that makes the most sense still, you know?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna, if it actually does that, I'm gonna regret not taking a long position, or at least not holding on to the one I had.
Yeah, this is just for educational purposes. Like, I wouldn't be taking positions on it. Like, just break it down to here, right? If you're not in this position, then you'd be looking for a breakout position. which means you'd be looking for
Yeah,
a
which
break
I
of
don't do
that
that.
with volume, you know.
Maybe the retest, but I don't do the breakout thing.
That's what I mean. Yeah, you'd have to wait for a retest. Maybe it hits the 200, comes back down, retests.
The moment I saw the 1400 Bitcoin has been taken out, I just went into my long position because I knew that we're going to go up, because there are a couple of buy orders on top of us, sell orders, sorry, just a couple of them, just right on top of the.
Let's see what we got.
See that?
Yeah, 230 that we just bounced off of. It was 255. See, that's like, it only took 20 Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Drop that. Then we got 300 at 117.
That's. Then we have on the 120.
See, I'm sort of going for these though.
Yeah, that's my motivation to go up. I knew.
Mm-hmm. And then nice, solid sell walls forming, buy walls forming between 114.5 and 113.5. Like, it doesn't seem like a lot of Bitcoin, but it's a lot of orders.
Exactly.
And that's every order that has more than 100 Bitcoin. That's a big deal. We're just spoiled because we've been looking at that 1,000 Bitcoin one, but
yeah,
100 Bitcoin is a big deal. Especially when they're stacked up like that, right? They're gridded up. And then plenty of sell pressure above when we go for all-time highs. Yeah, somebody's going to have to buy this Ponzi. Come on, market maker, let's cook. You know you got a job to do. I know you want retail to pay for it. I know, but the clock is ticking and you got obligations, good sir. Let's get to cooking.
I find that these longs into the weekend trap are some of the most reliable setups.
Yeah, short out of the trap longs or a long out of the trap shorts is always nice. Because you've got things working in your favor, right? You don't feel like you're fighting the current.
And you also know when to TP.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not having
Wait.
FOMO because you know volume's going to go down.
Are those longs really trapped? Because wouldn't they have gotten liquidated last night?
Not all of them. You
Plenty
still
of
got, you can see them here.
100x liquidations are there. They are pretty healthy, not just
No,
normal.
I'm saying the longs got liquidated, right? Because how much did it drop percentage-wise from the top to the bottom?
Depends on what percentage they longed. Yeah. Remember, it's not just perps. It's also people who bought. excuse me. Also people who bought who are out of the game right now, who are underwater. Your longs that were set in that range are here. These are your 25Xs. There's some 75Xs mixed in there. Right? These orders started here. So if you draw a line, right? And then if we turn the dead bodies on, So these guys, these 100x
50x.
guys, they got clipped right away, right? Some of the 75x's, but your 25x guys, for the most part, they're still trapped. And then everybody else that's not on here, remember, these are just $1 million plus liquidations.
Yeah.
Yeah, from top to bottom, there's almost 900 million got liquidated.
A lot of
in
liquidity.
Yeah, more than 30 hours, 32 hours.
Biggie liquidity.
And then when we move the line to the trap shorts, right, all of these guys.
Yeah. Looks like a party going on up
That's going to be fun to get through.
there. Yeah.
I'm gonna go touch grass again. Try to be back before CME close.
All right, bro.
Yeah.
So just to simplify, what I'm looking for is a move up to psychological high, psychological low, mean reversion to the 800 before CME closes. We see the obligation up, right? We see the vector gaps that'll add gas. We see the liquidity that'll add gas. And we know our mean reversions. Right? Looking at this, just this, from what I've been telling you guys, all of your targets are above. Right? Literally 200, 800, psychological low, psychological high, daily open, vector gaps, liquidations. But price is being suppressed, in my opinion. The fact that we hit those 2,000 Bitcoins, gobbled them up, and then ate another 1,000 Bitcoin, and we still haven't gone anywhere. In my opinion, price is being suppressed until 4 o'clock when options expire. Max pain is 112. That's the only reason that I'm thinking that there's a reason to go down here at all. But even if they can't get to 112, keeping it at 116 until 4 instead of having it at 119 means a lot more of those options expire worthless. Yeah, New York time. East Coast. So that's why I think price has been suppressed. If not, I think we would have already made this move up through all of these targets. There's a lot of money that's saved, put it that way, if your options expire worthless. And just by the way, and this is not just for options, also for leverage, 75% of them expire worthless. 75 to 80% of options contracts expire worthless, or they wouldn't offer them to you. Right? The casino doesn't offer games that it doesn't have the edge on.
Where people are closing them out at a loss. I mean, right?
Yeah.
Or is it straight up like that? That's percentages, ones that are never closed. That's crazy. That blows my mind.
Yeah,
I
bro.
would take something off the plate.
It doesn't matter what investment vehicle you're looking at the most, for the most, like 15% of people get out of that shit alive.
That's insane. That's crazy.
Even in spot, bro. In bull markets, bro, people will trade spot, and for some reason they'll either overtrade or they'll lose position or whatever, and they'll get all the way to the top and they'll be at break even, maybe slightly over. Out of those 15% that actually make profit, probably 5% make like life-changing life-changing gains in one cycle, right? That's why we pay such close attention to what everybody else is doing and try not to do it. Right? If you do what 75% of people are doing, you're going to get what 75% of people are getting. I don't know. What's the split right now, longs and shorts? Anybody know, percentage-wise?
$24-hour, 47.7 long, 52.3 short.
There you go. That makes me very happy that I'm long. Let's go, baby. Yeah, it's a good poll question. Let's see what chat's feeling like. All right, quick sentiment check, chat. Where we at? Long, short, in spot, or sidelines? What's going on, Mike? Nah, there's a potential breakout trade here, ones, but you got a bunch of resistance above. So, like, breakout trade, in my opinion, you'd want to wait for confirmation. If I was to take a breakout trade here, I should say, I would probably wait for confirmation to enter. Could easily just reject off the 200 right as it breaks. Pull up, guys, pull up. Let's see if we can get some good sentiment analysis here. And hit the like button too. I'm gonna get offended if the number of votes is higher than the number of likes. I'm gonna start to feel some sort of way.
Hey D, thanks for being here for us, man. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you. I'm talking shit. You know, I don't really care about it like that, but it do kind of mean something though. I can see how these YouTubers have been doing this shit for like 20 years. Like they'll look at their likes and be all depressed and shit. During the bear market, it's funny, bro. When you listen to, well, most of the YouTubers that are here just to do, you know, just for the YouTube gains, they'll be gone during the bear market. But the ones that stick around, they're just so depressed because the numbers are shit. Pepin was on Voice the other day, Mike. He was on here, I think, yesterday, the day before.
I love the bear market. It's that time that I'm like, man, I can't wait to make more money. Let's get ready to make more money. I guess, or collect coin, however you look at it.
I just need a vacation, bro. I'll keep it 1,000 with you.
You, me both.
Oh, man.
My girl's trying to figure out what we should do for my 50th. We've been talking about going over to, moving over to somewhere South Asia. So she's like, we should just go over there and see what it's like. See if it is something we want to do.
Flo, you must be new here if you can say out loud that I don't answer a single question from chat. But you could keep your like, bro. It's cool.
Hopefully just trolling.
Dude literally has the crown. Bro, I didn't see it. I got 7 charts going. Don't get offended if I don't see your question. I'll take a look. Give me a second, though, because we're breaking out a Bitcoin right here. The market maker finally realized he's on a time crunch. You gonna do it or not? Yeah, I have the Discord chat up too, but you guys write everywhere. I don't know if you guys are writing in general or in the bubble chat. Just the room that we're all talking in. This week we're moving into the YouTube room. So this chat that we're in right now will still be a regular chat just to sit and kick it and chill or whatever. But it's right where it says free the voice chat, that little voice bubble at the top right. That's the bubble chat. That's the easiest one to see because that's the one that's up right next to all the names and everything. Yeah, sometimes Nooms. Like I like to just see price go, right? But if retail doesn't do it, market maker has to. What we want to see is at the top of the vectors for retail to kick in. There's always going to be mean reversion. Like, we know we're looking at the 50 right now. Eventually, we're going to have to come back down to the 50 on the 15. So leaving vectors behind isn't that big of a deal. Leaving 4 large hourly vectors behind is a different story. You know, that type of, you're like, okay, it's time to take some profits here. Yeah, you kind of want to see like retail candles and then vector candles and then retail candles and then, you know, maybe a stopping volume candle and then come back and grab that last vector and then more retail candles, right? You want to build support basically. Like right now, we're looking for the retest of this breakout, right? So taking 50% of this vector candle back would give us that retest. Mike, there's already tons of rooms down there, but yeah. The whole point is to be able to have it to where y'all can go chill and talk and kick it, do whatever you're doing, trade the same coin together, go nuts, have a rap battle with Drew.
Drop F-bombs without getting in trouble.
You can argue physics with Joe. Go down and listen to some stories from Clive. When he was on yesterday.
I'm here.
There he goes. YouTube chat was asking about you.
I've been listening.
Is that CME close in 12 minutes?
No, at 5. Soul Surfer, the people that you hear on when I'm not here are people just like you that join the Discord to learn. So I understand the frustration because you hear different TA, but I think it's also a good learning, a good sort of learning environment to do that. You shouldn't be taking TA from anybody, not even me. Right? The point of my TA is to show you how to do your own TA. Not for signals. It's not for.
Preach.
And it's a free Discord, and I mean it's a free YouTube for the most part. So can't exactly hire professionals to come beyond when I'm not on, brother. Sounds amazing though. But there's some very good traders in here. Everybody will find somebody who's who speaks to them, or the way they explain things makes sense to them. And there's a lot of people that are also new, right, that are trying to figure it out. Serbo, no. We can't even joke like that, bro. There's these scammers are out there offering copy trading and shit in my name. I believe that they call that extortion. Um, even if it's your uncle, you might want to check the laws in your country, but I mean, I'm not mad at it, but I don't make the laws, right? Yeah, it's crazy, Samer. They don't even they'll contact the same person over and over and over, bro. It's like they're not even keeping track of who they've already talked to. All right, let me look at now that this calmed down, I'll take a look at that XDC for you. Here's my chart. It's not here. I don't know where my old chart was, but it doesn't matter. Pretty good moves off the bottoms. Held support right where it needed to before shit got ugly. Honestly, it's looking pretty similar to, well, not similar because I had a really nice push. But as far as targets, right? 50 EMA on a daily. If things don't pick up, it could go sideways for a bit, right? Because you're at SR flip now. And if it stalls out at that SR flip, then that'll give the 50 some time to move its way up, right? So you don't necessarily have to come down to 74. It could be at, 80 by the time you decide to make that move. What's important is that it holds, right? If it doesn't hold, you're going to come back down into these ranges. Right? That vector gap range there. And your smaller SR flip here. But either way, I think that you, like I said, retest this 50. The question is, do you stall out here long enough for that 50 to come up? Or does this support break and you come down to 74? It looks decent though. I mean, did what it was supposed to do. Now it's just got to prove the move. Pretty clean double top as well, right? So your exit was pretty clear on that one. The clean chart. All right, hold on, guys. I was just looking because Buddy was kind of in his feelings because he asked me 9 times. But I don't want to go into alts just yet. We got to pay attention to what Bitcoin's doing here. You're welcome, bro. Yeah, SPK will be next on the list. We just got to see if we're going to retest here or if we're going to lose this. The best chance that your alts have for a good weekend is that we get into a nice tight range for the weekend trap, which means we got to get some space between where we are and when CME closes. Right? Even if you're not in Bitcoin, this is going to determine whether or not Bitcoin goes sideways steady enough for alts to have a run this weekend. Sicilian, do you have more coins now than you did when you took profit? Then you did it right. Now you just got to defend the position. You're right to be nervous about Dom. That's why I really want a nice predictable trap this weekend. If we trap too low to the trap short, it's going to be a little bit sketchy on what happens, and then the alts might be a little weary. But yeah, just defend that position. Find an invalidation mark where you don't want to hold underneath. But either way, bro, even if that's it and you go underwater, you have more coins than you did before. Right? It's not about the fiat value, it's about how many coins you're holding. So even if you drop down and then price comes up in a relief rally and you take profits and you do it again, you'll still have more coin, right? Just make sure that the coins you're compounding, you got conviction in them shits, right? You don't want to just do that on any project. Nice, damn right. All right, they've got 2 minutes to push price down as low as they possibly can to make as many of these options expire worthless, but they're having a hard time. I think they just satisfied with keeping price at 116. 113 was max pain. 116 still wrecks a lot of people though. I still don't understand why people run their options to the last day. Like I have never in my life. Yeah, CME closes in an hour. And 4 o'clock is options expiration. Yes, like on big options expirations, so imagine you've got people long and people short, right? So there's a price point where the most amount of shorts and the most amount of longs expire worthless. There's one single price point, max pain. Usually price is pushed as close as they can to that point to try to rack as many people, as many options players as possible. We were only able to keep it at 116, right? I do think that there was an attempt to bring it down though, because remember that that massive buy wall that we hit, 2,000, and then it refilled. We bought like 3,000 Bitcoin here, and we weren't able to push price up. So I'm guessing that that's why price was suppressed here, waiting for that 4 o'clock turnover. And then yeah, after that, usually whatever pressure there is goes away, right? The pressure that was meant to push price towards that goes away, and whatever natural sort of buy pressure is in the market will show itself. If it's dead, then nothing will happen. Like, it's all going to come down to the tape, basically. Yeah, we hit options expiration. That's over now. If the intention is to go up, there shouldn't be anything stopping us at this point. You go grab a drink. I'm back, yo. Stipe, it sounds like you're pretty new. Look, for anybody that's really new here, and I know some of the stuff is advanced, right? And you need to get to at least a base level of knowledge before any of this can start to really sink in. Give me a second. I'm gonna share a link with you guys. Now, if I lose a bunch of viewers right now because you guys go to watch this, that's absolutely fine. But in my opinion, this is where you want to start. Rainer Teao is pretty good with beginners, and he's got about a 12-step video. There's going to be tests. He stops, he explains, he slows it down. It's going to walk you through everything, like what's a candlestick, what's support, what's resistance, what's a moving average, right? This is like the base level that you need to be comfortable with, just so that you can understand some of the language, right? It's a lot of content, like it's hours and hours and hours. But if you're really serious about wrapping your head around what's going on here, then I suggest that you dig in.
What's his name?
Rainer Teao is his name. I'll put the link in the chat right here too. And he's just very concise, right? He's very like very patient, and it's in video form, so you can stop it, rewind it. There's little tests that you can take, but it's like at the most basic level, right? The most basic level. Not a lot of opinion, you know what I mean? Just facts. There's not a lot of people that I'm comfortable sending people to because I feel like when they come back, I gotta make them forget a bunch of shit that they shouldn't have learned. But that, in my opinion, is a good safe start.
How's everybody today?
Good. I'd much rather people do that and then come back and actually be able to get something out of the conversations here than to sit here just lost, you know what I mean, and not understand what we're talking about. Yeah, it's just one of those channels. It doesn't tell you how to trade. It tells you what trading is, right? Just the mechanics, just so that you can have a good foundation. Yeah, we have educational stuff on Discord too. But even some of that, if you don't have a base knowledge of what a candle is, or it can be pretty high level. Yeah, we'll know in about 45 minutes, Sean. I'd like to make some room between us and these trap shorts, though. I'll be back, y'all. I gotta handle something real quick.
it's looking at this daily on Bitcoin. It's nice since there's an ascending support we're on. It's holding up pretty good. It's around 150, 116. We don't want to break below that because if we break below that, we got like 111.8 or so. But the support was ascending since, or trend line since March 2024's high. Above this, if we can get over like 118.6ish. The next one up, which we popped out of, in December of last year, and we popped over it last Saturday or so. If we could break up into that range, that's like 129.5. It's looking bullish on a daily, oversold on the stochastics. Let's go. We don't want to drop below that 111.8 or 111.9. And the 4-hour stochastics oversold also. Looks like it wants to attempt that 118.9 at some point. Love to see that break. One hour, 15 minutes time frames. It was we were pushing, trying to get there, grab those licks. It'd be nice if we can grab some of these licks above. Or we come back down to 115.8 and bounce, see what happens. Trying to be bullish here.
You guys just hopping on here, looking at Dbloc's chart here. Is he looking forward to bounce off this left right leg of the W and go up to the weekend trap, or are we looking to hold on and get some of these longs down below?
I don't know. It looks like he has a possible weekend trap. Maybe that's what he has drawn there, like a possible weekend trap, but that looks about right. That's what I was just talking about, that 118.9 area, and he actually has a white arrow up to that point. So that's ascending resistance I was just talking about.
Yeah,
But
sorry, I just jumped on, so I
oh no, you're good. You're good.
listened before.
No, cool. I'm not sure what he's thinking. I'd love to hear. I kind of just jumped on too.
Gotcha. Okay.
But on the micro time frames, it's like if you're looking at a 1-minute chart or something, you gotta see if we can't push up here real quick a little bit. But it's looking weak. Like weaken is the stochastics overbought, so might want to dip a little bit. But so I have a ascending support at around 115.9, 116 or so. So if it does come down, grab some of those long licks, but there's not a lot of them. There's a nice bunch up to like
It looks like there's some, it's in striking distance to go up there and grab a bunch of those shorts in that purple zone he's got. And then after that, there's not too much. It could fly right up, or it's going to drop right back down. But it looks like it's.
Yeah, I agree.
Next move would be around 117,390 or something like that, just under 117.4.
Yeah, then cool a little bit. At the end of the day, I'm like tonight for me anyway. Just my thoughts. I think it's gonna. I think we got to go. Let's go grab that 118.9 and maybe. I don't think it's gonna have enough juice to keep going after that, and maybe just reject there a little bit, see what happens. Maybe that's the weekend trap. Looks like it might. It could be possibly a nice spot for a weekend trap. Trap the longs up there, then start coming back down. But yeah, for me right now, 118.9 is resistance and just under 116 for support. But there is liquidations on the top sides of the higher one and below the lower one. So that's just kind of a tight range for me.
Yep, gotcha. Okay, thanks.
Cool, man.
Cool if we hit our marks.
Yep. Yo, I'm not sure if I added my. I have those ascending trend lines. So for support resistance to top, and I was saying what 18.9-ish or so. But, if that gets up back up at that upper range, I mean, this is looking way ahead. But the next one up is 129.3-ish. But below where I'm saying support right now, like 116 or just shy of that. If that doesn't hold, there's licks down to like 113.6. But the bottom of that range for me, support, ascending support from is 111.3. So I don't think we'll go that low, but there is licks all the way down there.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I've got a long in here at just under 117.4. So hopefully I'll close that out and then kind of reevaluate and see what's shaking then. As long as we climb here a bit more, that'll be good.
Nice.
My Sui just hit the TP. That's good. Wow, Sui is taking off right now.
Yeah, I'm watching oh, I love Sui. I love Sui for I haven't traded in a bit. I'm doing more futures right now, but I'm killing XRP and DGen and home trades right now.
Nice.
Uh,
That's good.
I like to hedge, so I'm going both ways. I like to go
That'll work.
both ways.
No judgment here.
What you mean?
I'm the same with you. I bet longs and shorts. I just play the weather. I just watch and see what the charts are giving me and take it from there. Because too many people get stuck. I won't do shorts. I'll never short. I was like, shit. What goes up must come down and everything. So why not take advantage of it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I need to learn how to short. It's not that I don't know how, it's more of like an emotional thing, I think.
Oh, that sounds like Rick. Is that Rick?
I've trained to go long for too long. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
no, and I would rather obviously always see things go up, but for
Me
some
too.
reason, I know I've said this 100 times probably on here, but I have been more successful with shorts than I have longs. I've made more money shorting stuff because when it shorts, like it tumbles pretty quick. It's pretty easy to make quick money. The
Yeah.
climbs are almost always painfully like watching paint
Oh,
dry. And yeah, you can make money on, but the shorts, man, you're in and out in less than 15 to 30 minutes most of the time.
Yep.
And you've got your bag and you're back and looking. But it's kind of like gas prices, you know. If there's something, some quick little war or something breaks out or oil spill or something like that, you know, they jack the prices up at the gas station immediately that day. But they
yeah.
still, that's a cheap fuel that they just filled up with that morning in all their tanks. But
Yeah.
holy crap, they'll spike it up immediately that day. But when on the market, when oil prices go down, it takes them a month or two to start lowering the prices. And it just seems the same way with crypto is they shoot down fast, but man, it's a slow build up. Most
Yeah,
of the
the
time, I mean,
climbs.
obviously we've had some parabolic spikes here and there. Nothing is 100% across the board, but I've just really in the last 3 months, 4 months, just had a lot more success with shorts. Maybe because it's been a crappy market for the last 7 months, but
Yeah, you're right.
yeah.
The big up thrusts though are very like they're rare. They're not as common as like the grind because we spend more time grinding than anything else.
Yeah, and I kind of started out in the trenches where you're in and out in 15, 30 seconds sometimes. You know, you're catching those shit coins in the first few minutes of launching, and then everybody starts jumping in and spikes up, and then boom, you get the hell out before it gets rugged.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so I don't have the patience to sit there and just watch slowly. I'd rather get in and out and know that I've got my money. And then but if there is something big coming and you can see where it's going and you know it's already cleared out all the longs down on the bottom and you know there's nothing left for it to go up, then I can take those smaller bags of all the shorts and just compile it and drop it right into a upward.
Yeah. You are right though, like a fall, like when a price wants to fall properly, there's so much more confidence behind the fall, as in conviction to it. Whereas with longs, a lot of longs are full of anxiety, full of caution, and like, oh, you know, like better take profit. Oh.
It
Yeah.
works both ways, though. I mean,
True.
it's like that both ways. The move on a
Indeed.
short tends to be a little bit faster of a trade, so you know things trades takes a little longer to go up than it does down usually. But the shorts kind of have a disadvantage because you have to short you have to enter at a higher price. So it's good to learn. I didn't even short until I was trading for over 6-7 years, so I was against
Yeah.
it for the longest time. But yeah,
There you go.
I'm back, y'all.
Go.
What up?
Here's the man with the plan.
How much time we have left? Market
Lead us-
maker
lead us
cutting it
to the
kind of close
promised
here,
land.
huh?
Nip and tuck.
Go, go, go. Only thing I care about here is getting as far away from the trap shorts as possible in the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, baby.
Unless we're trapped longs.
D-Block,
It
you
won't go
thinking
that
that?
far.
I was thinking the weekend trap would be trapping the longs around
Longs are already
118.9
trapped.
or so. Oh, from
Longs are
earlier?
trapped at 119.4. Shorts are trapped at 114.8. And we're now pushing up in between both of them to close CME somewhere in the middle so it's manageable for market maker to hold price together. My initial idea earlier was to pop up into the 118s and trap there, but we'll see if it plays out.
I'll tell you what, D-Block, I think the market maker games are coming back stronger because maybe the volumes have dropped off a bit.
Yeah.
I think that's the case.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely.
How did-
The less liquidity there is, the less volume there is, the more they can push.
Yeah.
I didn't think the longs got trapped until Friday, though.
This Friday.
Yeah, but where did they get trapped?
Oh, yeah. Sometimes it happens coming into Friday, Thursday, Friday. You know better when it comes time to CME. It's like how sometimes we have that false move Monday on Saturdays or Sundays. It's more the directionality that you want to worry about. Long traders have been trapped since up here. They've had no relief, no opportunity to TP. And then the shorts got trapped down here with high volume on that stopping volume candle.
How's this current move look? Because I'm not really looking at the vectors, but is this market maker movement or is this
Yeah.
kind of
We were talking about that we had left vectors all the way back down. So the motivation was there for the vectors, and psychological low is above us, psychological high is above us, daily open is above us, liquidations are above us, 800 EMA retest, all in that same 117.5, 118 area. So that was my target with the amount of time that we had left until CME closes as to how high we could get until we ran into that weekend flat. So we're almost there. A little bit more to go. It doesn't matter whether this is up here or down here. Like, just the point is to get it as symmetrical as we can between the two traps.
So I was looking at the trap starting today at like 118.9, right? So I still think that's going to get rejected there. Are you thinking it's going to keep going higher? Or?
No, I think once we get to 118-ish, 118.3, 117.7-ish. I'm just looking at how much time is left, right? CME is going to close by the time we get there, unless we get a parabolic movement here out of nowhere.
Yep.
So once CME closes, then those algos are going to be set to hold price at that level. And with the low volume that we're getting, we're not really getting tons of FOMO here. Pretty sure they'll probably have a pretty easy job of holding it there. We'll see.
Yeah, we kind of right in the middle.
Yeah.
I got a little bit of a dumb question, but if the market maker uses a bunch of vectors to get up to a price, and retail doesn't step up and start getting excited and buying, when he spends the vectors to bring it back down again, he doesn't need to go cover those like sold vectors, does he?
It's sometimes though, like on the trip where market maker can't get retail to jump in on the top, most of the time you won't even see vectors on the way down. Retail's more than happy to sell at this point.
Yeah.
So they get a top and then they sell and they reclaim it. But times where market maker gives you a red vector to reclaim green vectors, it lets you know that there's motivation to reverse that, right? That it's probably just a short-term correction. Yeah.
Yeah. So the vector to cover the old vector, like on the opposite direction,
is full of longs.
brought market maker back to neutral in a way, like
Yeah.
back to
Yeah.
even cost. Yeah.
Yeah, red vectors are full of market maker long positions. Green vectors are full of market maker short positions.
Okay.
Think of it like every time market maker provides liquidity for your trade, he's taking a counter trade. Your entrance
Yeah.
is his exit. Yeah.
Cool. Starting to make more sense.
Okay, guys.
Yeah, and that's how we get the
Have a
tick
nice
volume
weekend.
doubled up. All right, brother. Take it easy, man.
See you,
Yeah,
bro.
thank you for amazing week of trading. Personally, I had a very good week.
Nice.
So
Let's
I'm
go.
Oh,
going
lovely,
to
man. Nice, nice.
go to my summer house and chill out. So yeah, I hope you enjoy the weekend and have
Oh, yeah.
fun and good.
Well done.
Definitely, brother. Enjoy your
And
weekend,
you
man.
too,
Well done.
everyone. Yeah, don't
Peace
get
out.
trapped and
Don't get
just
trapped.
wait for Monday.
Yes, sir. That's good to hear. Made tons of money. Gonna go spend the weekend in my summer home. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
That's what I like to hear.
Damn it, this
That's-
W is playing out for the most part.
I told you, bro. It's always like at the last second. Like, even when I'm looking at playouts that I think are not possible, that I'm looking and I'm like, there's not enough volume to get there. There's not enough. Last second, market maker comes in and puts his foot in it.
What sucks is that I had a position and I cut it earlier today when we came up to that 200 you have there.
Yeah.
But like I didn't re-enter, and I don't know that bottom of the W I had mentioned it, but it was like, oh, I don't have much faith that it's going to play out, and then now sure as shit it's playing out. I mean, who knows if it'll make it to the measured move, but like it's breaking.
At this point, I'm just trying to get some distance between the trap shorts and us, so we can close CME here. For all we know, we go sideways during the CME trap, and a deviation to the top of the trap gives us that measured move eventually, or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna set a grid bot for like 1.2% above the close and 1.2% below.
There you go.
That's my parameters.
Test it out, see how it works.
And then, yeah, I'll just put a stop loss on both sides. Ghost said he was planning on doing something similar.
No, hey,
But, yeah, I wanted to see where it closed first.
Dbloc,
I was
I
like,
see on
should I start it now? But then it would have been kind of risky to start it right then. But I should have just done it because it was the bottom of the W. Could have made some profits on the way up this thing.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
All right, I'll do some push-ups. I'm due for some anyway.
So Dbloc, the on the tape, did you say that considering 99.9% of the orders there are in some form of a whole number and a decimal, that when you see 38 or 40 or 25, that is a whale just saying I want 25?
Yes, just a lot of Bitcoin. Yeah. I used to have the yellow when it pops up yellow for the big orders. I used to have it set to 20 Bitcoin. I've brought it down to 10 now because we're at 117K. You know what I mean? We're not talking $30,000-$40,000 Bitcoin anymore.
Yeah, somebody just bought 38 on the nose. I'm like, yeah, that's probably a whale.
Shit makes no sense sometimes.
You know what else faked me out earlier is that this looked like a big fish hook, and then like the measured move for that, if it had played out, was all the way down to like 112, but it didn't put in a lower low. It put in a W instead.
I remember you saying that earlier.
Yeah. So that faked me out. But yeah, by the way, Dbloc, that short that you called last night, that was an excellent call. I didn't take it, but I put my tool up and I put 0.3% risk.
Yeah.
And that would have been, it wouldn't have gotten stopped, and it would have been a 1 to 10 risk to reward.
Nice.
That shit paid me. Thank you.
I just need to have a trade. Like, I need to actually take a trade and have it friggin' just play out like that. That was beautiful.
Yeah,
Just
a
no
little bit of
stopping, just
cushion
like,
makes all the difference, man. Not only that, but it's like if you have a cushion like that and you still get taken out, you don't even feel bad because it's like if you took me out, you took everybody out. You know what I mean? Like you didn't leave anybody behind because I know I was safe. At that point, the market just moved against you. There's nothing you can do about that.
So did you say 23% risk, like in as in
No.
23% of your account?
No, 0.3%. So
Oh.
0.3%. So if you're on 10x, then you're risking 3% of whatever you put into the trade. Like, so you just got to multiply your risk times the amount of leverage you're using.
Yeah, I get you.
Cowboy, I appreciate that, bro. Yeah, it's been a really good week, man. Been a really good week. It was a good bullish start, and then it was a good sort of de-risk and exit before things got wonky.
So basically on that trade, if you had your target down at that low, like if you were targeting 1 to 10, if you were on 10x, you'd be risking 3% to make 30%. So you could have made 30% of whatever you put in the position.
3%
if you're
is,
targeting 1 to 10.
in my opinion.
30% what?
No, 3% risk, like risking 3% of your account is pretty high.
Yeah, but I
isn't
didn't say of your account. I said of the position. So if you only
it?
put if you only
Oh,
put 1/10 of your account in the position, you risk 3% of that, then you're risking 0.3%, so less than like 1/3 of a percent of your account. 1/3 of 1% of your entire account would be risked on that if you only use 1/10 of your account on the position.
I've realized, or I've seen that there's like 3 different benchmarks. So there's risk to reward, win rate, and the frequency of trades, and you can only have 2 of these. So let's say you go for trades with high risk to reward and a high win rate, and you don't get a lot of trades. But if you go for, let's say, lower risk to reward and higher win rate, then you get more setups.
Yeah, I mean that one specifically played out pretty well and pretty quick, just because there was a lot of liquidations, there was a lot of panic selling, people were getting stopped out, and then trying to catch falling knives and putting their liquidation below the price and their stop loss rate. So, and then the options expiring too probably had a lot to do with it if they were trying to push the price down. So there was also that CME gap that was down there too that was attracting the price to it. So I mean there was a lot involved with it, I think, which is why it played out in the velocity that it did. But yeah, it was still a crazy call. Not every trade will be like that either. So it's like when they do play out, it's like, oh yes.
Depends on the type of trader that you are too, right? Because most good strategies decrease your trading frequency, right? Because you're being more patient for setups, but because of that, you can have more in the trade, right? So it kind of makes up for it. It just depends on the type of trader you are, right? If you're a brute force trader, where you're just like, it's a numbers game, I'm just gonna keep going, and as long as I'm winning more than I'm losing, or more of like a sniping sort of approach, right? Where you're calm, collected, find your setups, gain the utmost confidence in the setups, gain the utmost confidence in your evaluation, in your invalidations, and then that gives you the confidence to go heavier on those trades, which usually ends up in bigger wins.
I guess you go for the sniper type of trade and
It depends,
take less
yeah. I
risk.
mean, it depends on the market too, and it depends on what I'm trading. But in this sort of market that we're in right now, yeah, I think it's important to sort of set your shit up very carefully, and not only just with entries and exits, but with coin choices, right? The last bull market, I could easily have 10 positions open and just let them fly. We're not really in that sort of, you know what I mean? You could have literally bought any 20 altcoins at any point in the chart and just sat there and watch your money go up. This market's forced
Man,
us to be a little bit more cautious with our setups.
I hope that we see that kind of market at least for a little bit.
The next time we go into QE, during the next bull market, I really don't see a scenario where we go into the next bull market without being in like really, really strong quantitative easing. In that case, we should see alts perform the way they did in 2021.
Like
that
one
means
last
all
thing,
of them, you know.
Do you think
before
that QE, if QE hits at a specific time, let's say like, you know, when we're just like getting that bear market, it could dampen the bear market in a way, like soften it if the QE hits
It
at a
could,
certain, like the right
yeah,
time.
it could, but remember we have that offset, right? So our money is flowing at about 105-day offset. The bear market's, you know, close to a year long for the most part, right? The most aggressive part of it. So even if they announce QE somewhere past the half mark, that money really won't start to flow until you'll get some reactionary stuff. We'll probably get a really good bear market rally out of it or something like that. Now, if we go into like QE in November or something crazy, like before the end of this bull market, then that's going to get wild. But I don't see that. I don't see that happening. At this point, I think we'll be happy to get an official end to QT. Right? Even if QE hasn't started, just officially end QT and then get that little bump into risk assets that usually happens. Best case scenario, obviously, is as Bitcoin hits a 70% retracement during the next bear market, they pop up and announce hardcore QE, or actually 105 days before it hits would be the best. So that the day it hits bottom is just off into the right. Even then, though, just to be clear, even then I will be Bitcoin heavy in the beginning, because dominance at that point is still reacting also, right? That's where dominance will be finding bottom and starting to react. But the coins that I do buy at low valuations, I'll more than likely be holding them for longer periods than I did during this run. Right? Because they should hold their ground as they pump. It won't be so narrative specific, right? Where only one narrative runs at a time. Cardi, I think we're going to try to push up as high as we can until CME closes, and then we're going to run flat. That's what I'm thinking. Let me move this arrow out of the way because it's like killing the price action.
CME's closed now, right?
No, we've got... Oh, yeah, it is closed now.
And you know what I
No,
found about this
no. It's my bad. Have I been? It's at 6 that it closes. I think with my mouth, I've been saying the wrong thing, but the line is in the right spot in the chart. CME closes at 6.
I thought it was 5.
Have you noticed in this cycle, this bull market, that when something hits all-time high, it doesn't just get to do price discovery. It has to fight for it, kind of thing.
No, it's 5. You're right. It's 5. It closes at. I mean, it opens at 6. It closes at 5. Hold on 1 second. Let me check CME chart just to
you're right.
see
Sorry.
what our premium is here. My bad, Joe. I haven't eaten any food. My brain is mush right now.
I mean, the chart is still moving, but I think it goes.
Yeah,
like
it takes a
15 minutes
second.
after, right?
It takes like 7 minutes or 10 minutes or something after. Yeah, 118.3, and then here we are at 117.1. Yeah, so on CME chart we're in the trap, but on perps we're not. Yeah, and this I have to roll over, obviously. I put it on the close instead of the open. 1700, that's where that's supposed to be. So on perps, our trap would be down here. On CME chart, Price is up here. Look at the chart here.
Dbloc, how do you? I know I asked before, but you said the longs got trapped like Thursday. But
up here at that double top.
Yeah. So if I'm still looking at it hitting 18.9ish, so that would free the longs basically. But if it hits before, like, if it hits in the next 6 hours or so,
How would
could it be that
18.9 free the longs? The longs are at 120. The trap longs are at 120.
from Thursday? I always thought that you said the trap started on a Friday.
Yeah, but it can be on Thursday night going into Friday, just like the midweek revert. I mean, just like the false move could be. It's supposed to be on Monday, but
Sunday,
we get it on
Monday.
Sundays. Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
We see the telltale sign of it, right? The 2 or the increased volume, right, on the double top, and then the increased volume
Yeah.
down on the
Down there on the bottom, would that be like the bottom of the box?
Yeah, this was our trap shorts here. So if we were to paint the CME, if we were to paint the weekend trap on CME, which I don't, and the reason I don't is because after doing it on both for a long time, I found that the algo respects perp chart way better than CME chart for whatever reason. Probably because there's more money there. So that would be our trap longs, trap shorts. Our CME closed right here, or is about to close in a couple minutes, however. And then our weekend trap would be about 1% above below, or 0.5% above below. Yeah.
That makes sense.
They'll have the rest of the day to figure out what's going on, though. Form those tops and those bottoms.
But once we hit the top of that, like 118.9, I could actually see us trying to hold support at 116ish. But I could see over the weekend us with us hitting 113.5 or so. But that would free the shorts then.
Yeah, what we could get is that false move Monday that comes out, frees the shorts, hits that, and then we get our 3-day up.
Yep.
We just have to let it
Dbloc, I
play
have a
out. It's
question.
way too early. All we know now is where CME
Yeah.
closed. So on a CME chart, this is what our trap would look like. On our chart here, we trapped a little bit shorter. Right, CME's up here, and we're down here. That's the only difference. We'll leave both of them up, but as the week plays out, as the weekend plays out, I'm gonna show you both charts so you can see what I mean about how like follows one more closer than the other.
Dbloc, I have a question about the CME closing today.
Yeah.
So we have a negative deviation. I mean, a negative delta, meaning that we can reach a 118 and we can deviate X percentage above, and that's gonna be fine. So it played out in the long benefit right now.
Yeah, I mean it's decent. We like it to be as symmetrical as possible because we want to leave enough space for deviations to both sides without screwing up what we're going to use to decide what the false move is. Right? It happens and it's not a big deal. We use momentum to trade out of it, but for it to be perfect, yeah, we really want to trap and leave enough space to be able to deviate to the top side. Like in this case, particularly, we can consolidate inside this weekend trap, deviate, get that measured move, come back into the trap, and still be trapped without freeing the trap longs. Right? If price was a little higher, right? If we had trapped around here,
exactly,
and we deviated, then.
And actually, we can deviate and reach maybe the 120s though.
I just wouldn't want to take out 119.5 is really where our top of the longs are sitting.
What you're targeting?
No, that's
Okay.
where that's the range that I'm expecting Bitcoin to stay within for the next 3 days is 119.5 and 14.6.
Yeah. Yeah, but you know, you always deviate a little
Yeah.
percentage out
So
of
you'll get
the
you'll
trap.
get deviations out of the trap, but they won't free the trap longs or the trap shorts.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So as
Oh,
far as
okay.
a
Okay. So
top side deviation goes, we're looking at about 1.5% we can get away with without freeing. Right. And to the downside, it's less than that. To the downside,
that's
we
like
can
one of
drop.
the rule.
Yeah, we can drop about 1% out of the trap without freeing the trap shorts. That's about the length of our deviations that we could have without screwing up the weekend trap or without freeing one side. Because the problem is once one side is free, then they're in the market. And if they're in the market, it becomes harder for market maker to keep price at that CME close. He needs everybody out of the market with their margin trapped or in spot positions sitting on the sidelines.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's not easy to understand initially because it's not like any of the other traps, right? Most other traps are meant to wreck you, freak you out in one situation, come down, liquidate you in the other. They don't want to liquidate anybody here. It's the opposite. They want to keep you in, keep your trading, keep the majority of people in an active trade so that there's nothing to push price, right? So it becomes easier for the algos to keep the weekend trap intact.
Got your funding fees too, block that rotate over,
Yeah.
just depending on, you might be losing out if you're trying to hold in through a weekend. If you're on the wrong side of the trade, funding fees get you.
But in my opinion, that's why you don't see really massive weekend traps, right? Where there's like a $5,000, $10,000 difference between where the trap sets itself up and where the longs or shorts are. Because at that point, you're not trapping anybody. At that point, you just wipe them out.
Did Big Boy get all his bags filled down here this early this morning, Dbloc?
And some. They took all 2,000 and they all took all 2,000 on this one, and then price went up. And they suppressed that shit because of options earnings, right? Options cancellations. And expiration. And on the way back down, he slapped another 1,000 Bitcoin down there, 1,400 Bitcoin, and they snatched that shit up too.
Like, hey, hold on. Let me
Nah,
let
he
me
would
hit this
listen.
again.
If one thing wasn't gonna happen, you weren't gonna hit that. Whatever liquidation he was defending, that shit was not getting hit. Not today.
Yeah.
No sir. He went into the piggy bank for that one.
Call the homies up real quick. Yeah, I front ran the last little dip there, but held in. I'm about to take some profits here. I'm just seeing if this is gonna pump up a little bit more before CME closes out.
We're closed already.
Yeah. Go ahead and take my little 20%er. Boom.
We still have the same motivations that we had above, but now we have a better idea that as soon as price stops moving in one direction, you've got those algos pushing us back to CME. Right? But we've got to draw out our box.
Yeah, yep. It's gonna be almost in line with our last two weekend traps.
Yeah, right there. I mean,
Right in line.
that
Right in line,
psychological
damn
high
near.
and low was right inside of the last trap.
Yep.
So it just depends now how big our range is. That's what we're trying to find out here.
Now I will
where
say
does this go
we're
to?
on the bottom side of the last two weekend traps right now, to a degree.
Yeah, it was built right. So if market makers in control, your psychological range is going to get built inside of the weekend trap, right? Because it's from Saturday afternoon till Sunday morning. Just like the trap before it. Same spot.
Falling right in line.
Yep.
Might be a slight variation between, you know, $500, $600, $700 or something, but just gravitated. So I remember you pulling some history up on some times where we had this on this run up where we would consolidate, where we just have weekend trap after weekend trap. It always come back to that mean, you know,
Yep.
that median line almost.
Yeah, we were looking at it. We're just looking at it down here before we took off.
Mm-hmm.
This move was explosive because we were trapped inside of this range for so long. So right down here, we had weekend trap after weekend trap after weekend trap. Right? Weekend trap, all in that 104 range. Even when we popped up, we came right back 104. We had our insert news story here just to come back again to another. But the point is that we never broke this range. And when we did break it, it was explosive. Right? When we did break it, it was one of the better buys. Right? And then now we're here and we're starting to set that same sort of floor.
He just broke 3,700. Nice.
Let's see where we end up putting this weekend trap at, or this range for it.
Does the say you're moving tether, does the amount that you're moving have any bearing on how long it takes? Or is it the same amount? Is it the same amount of time, like no matter what?
Not that I know of. Yeah, I think it's the same.
I don't know what chain you use, right?
Yeah. That's probably more important.
Mm-hmm. There was recently news about Tether. I forgot what it was though. They're starting a new company. That's right.
Who's that?
Tether.
Oh.
They moved their headquarters to El Salvador too.
Yeah. They're starting a new company, a new
Raggy?
stablecoin too, I believe. I can look into that.
Look, around, I'm driving.
Eyes on the road, bro.
Eyes on the road, player. Can't be a player if you're in the ditch.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
Bybit and Tether expand.
To share that.
Wow. Tether Gold, huh?
Ooh.
Tether Gold is backed by 7.6 tons of gold.
I want to buy me some.
Tether Eyes US stablecoin. That must be it. Tether US strategy. The stablecoin giant prepares to launch a new US Pacific token following fresh legislation. Oh, Polygon's gonna be launching its own stablecoin too. Everyone wants a stablecoin now.
Whoa, we just had $200. I mean, 200 Bitcoin buy.
Dbloc.
Getting some buys coming in. Push it.
ETH is also sending.
Push it.
Bybit and Tether launched strategic partnership to accelerate crypto adoption in Brazil.
So the CME chart stopped by when?
So that's close. Let's see what we got here. What did they stop 3 minutes ago?
What is a QVAC keyboard? Tether is releasing a QVAC keyboard designed to enhance privacy and efficiency. This product will expand Tether's growing AI ecosystem. Huh.
Signing yourself.
Can now send money to the U.S. government to help pay 36.6 trillion debt.
What's my bot? It's not showing. My futures grid. Well, trade. No, okay. It is. It's active. Ghost here? Nah, he's freaking wearing the earmuffs. He's muted us. Yo, Dbloc. Dbloc, you there, bro?
Didn't he say he was going to get something to eat? That he'd be back. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know. He might have. If he did, I probably didn't hear him.
Yeah, he said he was starving. I know that.
Thanks for all to Doge, smiling face with hearts emoji, Norway emoji.
115 is almost at 60.
You going up?
Yeah, it's been pushing. It's been doing good for God a week now, longer.
True, true. Except for yesterday when I took that little dump to 15 to 115.
115. Oh, Bitcoin. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm talking about Bitcoin. I'm sorry. Which one are you talking about, brother?
Talking about Athena. I've been trading Athena. That thing's doing good, man. It was going up when Bitcoin was dumping yesterday.
What's the ticker?
ENA.
ENA. Okay.
Yep.
How have you been? I hadn't talked to you in a while. Everything's good?
Yeah, everything's good.
That's good. That's good.
Yep, yep.
Man, we flatline like
Hey there, my sweet family. We're nearing almost a complete recovery on Bitcoin. We're nearing our pivot point from yesterday. And if we can get over that 200 on the 30-minute chart, that'll be a start to that end. So 117.7 is in sight. So we'll need to see if we get rejected from that level. And then the pivot point is 118.373. And remember, our previous pivot from our run up was 118.581. So achieving this 200 EMA on the 30-minute is a pretty significant level to reach.
Thanks,
So,
DJ.
yeah,
That's a
I'm pretty
nice,
excited.
that's a nice looking W.
Sure is. Yep.
It stands for weather.
Stands for awesome. Yeah, it's a really nice move up here. So I'm looking to kind of come up underneath this purple ribbon and then close up above this black line of 118.380 would be great. All right, so I have a little bit of background noise. I apologize for that. So if you remember a couple days ago, we had this disjointed channel in the orange. I'm going to try to highlight that. Shoot, I kind of lost my bearings there a minute. Here, this band here, and here is the seam right here of this disjointed channel. And you can see how this little sliver of a triangle comes up right there. Here's our pink triangle, right? And then here's the gap right up here. So you see it makes like a four square. And then this was that overhead resistance. See how that white line comes across. Now, here's the purple ribbon that I'm talking about. See how that cuts through that gap. Let me try to highlight this again. See, it kind of looks like a pinwheel right here. So here's your vertical, and that hits this angle right there. So we did a little twist down. So this is our fib on the downturn, and then this one is the fib on the upturn. So that makes our S. And then right there is where we're going to come out. So so this is like the Serve Pro commercial, you know, you're going to make it like it never happened. That's what this is signifying. So you see where this purple ribbon starts down here, and then you have this curve in the green. Look at that. Isn't that awesome? Look at choo, 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 up, 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 up. And there is that line of that green. Well, it meets that top of that fib right there. Boom. At 119.9. Now, our price action is right here. If you can see it, right touching this white angle line on this edge of this triangle on the left side of it. Okay, so I'm gonna lock that if I can, so I don't lose it before I move my chart. Okay, so here's that ribbon again. So you see here going from the bottom to the top, and then here's the bottom to the top of the ribbon, and then here's you meet that curve. So that curve then pulling down here. Now look at where the bottom of that curve is. See the green here, this one. See how that curve it throws out that angle right there. Now, and see where that hits on that target. Boom. Now we're in this. This is your halfway. Now look at here's that channel, that disjointed channel right here. See that? Boom. Now there's the price right underneath. So again, there's that curve right there. And climb it up here. And it meets that. So this part of this section is where we are now. We're trying to come back and climb up through there and close that gap so that this is like the bridge. Okay, so there was this channel there in the red and then the orange. And now we're nearing the bottom of the orange, which ended right there. So this is our ramp up and through, going along this spiral this way. Okay, so here we are. Now I'm gonna this out this. Oh, that's there we go. All right, now I'm gonna get my this open. All right, so this blue line represents the 50 EMA line right there. I'm gonna have to turn my mic off. So just a minute. Right there we go. Okay, sorry about that. So here we are attempting this 200 EMA 30-minute chart, and above that 200 EMA is the 200 MA at 117,957.9, and above that, of course, is that pivot point in the daily open. And you can see here, here's that that downturn or the knee. And so we will need to come across the top of that in order to correct this 30-minute time frame, you know, to resolve the dip, the downturn. So that's how you want to make sure that the moving averages then follow up through. You want that 5 EMA to come up across and follow price action up through that 200, and then you'll want the 50, the 13, and so on to also follow through and close up over that 200 EMA so that they're all in alignment again, and that's what you want to look for. So when you're watching the price action, what I try to do is watch these EMA lines to make sure that they go past the previous dip. So if you look at your 5 EMA line, you want to see where that point was or that peak, and then you want to see that it crosses its previous peak, similar to what you do with watching where price comes over a wick. So if you put your candles on, you want to see where the previous wick was locally, and once you get past that, you know, then you reached a local high, you know, that's, and then you want to follow the next local high. That's how, you know, what you follow. So let's see, God. We're almost there. And look at how beautiful the 5-minute is. We're over the 800 EMA. 13 is in a close second there, trying to come underneath and go up through it. So that's really good. It's like watching car race.
BG, hi.
Hello.
How's your day?
It's been really good. Beautiful day here in Minnesota.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yeah. Took the girls out on the boat. Oh, go ahead.
Well, no, what was that? What happened with the girls?
Oh, we're just going tubing on the boat and everything. So it's been a great day.
Oh, it's been a great day. So we talked about what happened yesterday, early in the day, and we saw that coming. I was so frustrated. But this morning, that was a good entry.
It sure was. It was.
Yep.
It was a sniper entry. It was fantastic. You cannot be afraid to take an entry.
That is true. Because
Yep.
I thought about it twice and I said, let's go. Let's pull the trigger.
Yep, we did it.
So quick question for you. So it's printing a beautiful candle on the daily. Beautiful one. If you close that way. I'm still targeting the same that we talked about autumn high if we really gonna finally touch. But right now it's just a little bit, I would say a little bit shorter on the range. I don't know if you change your TA.
Change my T. Okay, so I'm going to be honest. I have not been on the chart enough to tell you whether I could or couldn't, because I've been too busy here. So
Okay.
I'm going to do some charting after this evening, and then I could probably give you more. I don't want to say one way or another right now because I would be, I wouldn't do that because I would make maybe a mistake, and so I don't think
Yeah, I just want to know.
Yeah.
Remember when we were talking that you showed me the ellipse that we were checking on
Yeah.
time that was gray in the edge and all stuff. So I just want to see how this
I don't think this dip is going to
breaking this low if it changed anything.
I don't think it changed much. No. No. If, however, if we cannot reclaim this 3-day, let me get out of here. If we take too long, if we drift too much here over this weekend, that would be a game changer, and that might make the difference as to how high we go. If we cannot breach that,
The 120.
yes, that would be the game changer because we need to cruise over 120,000 for
500.
20, yes, the
Yeah.
120,420 in order to make that mark. If I remember correctly, we do need that.
Yeah.
And then we need 121.2, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. Yeah, 121, 2, 3. Yes.
Yes. So so this weekend will make a difference if we fall forward too much and take too much time in a pattern. If we can do like the Surf Pro and make this like it never happened, that's a different story, and then we're all good to go. But if we drift a little too far forward and come under this purple ribbon and don't come up through that the yellow band between 120,400 and 121 2, then we are in a less bullish pattern because we need to break that that curve, that pink curve, and that line is at 122,745 on this angle. If we spend too much time, then we run the risk of not being able to break that, and because that falls, let's see, down here at 121.6. So you need 121.6 or better in order to get that. Between here and what date is this? In August 14th.
The thing that I like about your chart, it's timing, because it like it can measure perfectly. So you see that green line that you have, that's
Yes.
exactly my target, which is what, the 125, right?
Correct. Yep.
So that's the question. Based on the timing, how much time do we have to get to reach that level? Because we have to retest the 113, 112. And
No, we don't.
time wise, we're like running late.
We don't have to retest that. No, we do not need to retest that. The reason is because we are building new structure here, and you don't. That's the purpose of what we did today.
So you think this bounce just forerun the retest?
Correct. If we build the structure above the 30-minute 800, which is what we're attempting to do, we're over the 5-minute 800, and yeah, let me just take off this drawings and let me show you what I'm saying. Okay, so here and your 200s. Remember what we said is that we are not only trying to build up from a level of horizontally, but we are trying to build a angular structure above. So we are making a turn to the back of the chart. In other words, we're building structure angularly.
Okay.
And that means that we're going up and to the right on a diagonal. Okay, so we need to have the candles closing up and above the 200 EMAs and the 800, and so you're walking up a stair step like this, step,
Right,
right?
but that's
You're
that's
not
that's
just going
that's the
this
main
way.
problem because time wise we're running late. That's my concern.
Okay, so the reason why is, let's look at the weekly. This weekly, week. Okay. So the weekly candles angle, okay, is at a much higher level on the angle. And
I know. Yeah, I see what you mean.
yep.
I mean, it's starting to get that angle.
Yes. So that's why that 3-day and what let's see, 3-day. Okay, and that's what this dip is. That's the worry right here, because see how we are falling forward. That doesn't mean we're not bullish. It just means that this is a little bit of a step down. You have got to create this move versus a lateral move. So you're right in that sense that yes, we are stalling a little bit forward, right? So that's why this 5 EMA needs to follow price up and create and get over this top right here of 119,900, and that's where that 123.4 comes in play right here, because that will then create that angular that we need for to to perpetuate this angle. See, right from right here, this move here and here.
I can see it.
Here. Yep. So this one we need to keep, right?
Right.
From this top. Okay. So if I draw that line from there to there, all right, that brings you to 124. So the candles from there to there this week and this week need to move that way. And so then that 5 EMA comes up this way and corrects instead of going lateral like it is.
BJ,
Yes.
but that's gonna correlate with the chart that you showed me that we were expecting the volume to increase. Remember, it was kind of like a red one.
Yeah. Right here.
No, it was a red chart that you told me that it has to like increase. It looks like a stair.
Yes. Okay. I know
That's
what you mean. Okay.
that's how, yeah, because I have a photographic memory, so I just remember that.
Okay. So this one. Did I take a picture of it? And did I have it on the?
No, I don't think so.
I'll have to go through and
That's fine. But yeah, I understand what are you saying, but I think that correlation, the volume chart that you show me,
Mhm.
with that angle that you're looking for,
Yep.
that's like with the volume that we had in the last 24 hours. I don't know if that's something changed that it might speed a little bit the time, because at some point I wouldn't say it needs to go parabolic, but it needs to accelerate. Like it needs to go.
I understand exactly. Yes, you're right. That we'll need to have that explosion burst, and you'll get that off of the weekly if that structure holds, and that'll be what I look for when I go through and see what happened. But I just haven't had the time to spend on the chart like I normally do, and
Yeah, that's fine.
so yeah, I apologize for that.
No,
But
no, no, no. Enjoy your
yeah,
weekend.
the speed resistance um, fib is what I'll need to kind of analyze and see how much time we have versus the height of those candles. Yeah, and that'll be the key for
Yep.
this weekend. Yep, and the timing, because it does take all of these things to line up in order to make that move.
BJ, if you put those
Mhm.
charts together,
Mhm.
I'm not gonna say that you can predict.
Oh, I can pretty much. If
Okay,
I yeah, I'm getting
so
better and better and better.
I'm just trying to be I'm just trying to be humble. So
No,
you
I'm
can
humble.
predict.
I'm trying to be humble too, but yeah.
You can predict when, which week will be the start, or when it's gonna burst. Like with your
Okay.
chart and the timing and that chart, the correlation with the volume, yeah, I think you can have an idea.
Yeah.
That's why I've been asking those questions now.
Mhm. And frankly, I need people that have that kind of insight, because to push me, because I think the more I can have others grasp what I'm finding, the more we can hone that down, because the answers are here. They really are. And we can find them.
Listen, believe it or not, um, I kind of understand your chart.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you did, but it makes sense in my brain. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll work on it. As trust me,
So if you try to
the
understand my question, if you can answer my question, then you're probably gonna figure it out.
listen, I don't stop. When I find something, like when I decided that I needed to find out why the S curve was important, I said, come hell or high water, I'm finding out. And because this summer, when we did not go lower, when we went past that 65 or whatever the number was, I don't remember, but I knew we were not going to go lower because of that bulge from the left of the chart, because we had the fibs moving from the middle and up from the bottom.
Right.
This way, you have to understand that there are competing fib actions, and you need to know when they're occurring and how they're conflicting with the time frames. And once you see that, then you can understand the movement better.
Yeah,
And
100%.
yeah, yeah. Okay, so we'll be talking, but I have to go for now. I appreciate
Alrighty,
your,
enjoy.
yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, it makes me so excited. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I just want you to play around with the chart that it looks
Mhm.
like a stair that is red, and that has dots. I don't remember which one and how you get the, but you show me that one. That
Okay.
one, which is that you told me that's the volume with
Mm-hmm.
the time, because
Okay.
I think that is going to give you some idea with your timing chart that you have. Like, yeah,
Okay. All right. We'll do it. We'll work on it. We'll
sounds
get
good.
there. All right. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Have fun. Have fun.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Hello? You guys hear me? Is anybody even around? Am I not coming through?
Yeah, you coming through, bro. What's up?
What is Dbloc around or is he still
No, I'm not
MIA?
sure. I just woke up myself. I'm trying to
Oh
play
man,
a
you
little
got a
catch
weird
up.
sleep schedule, bro.
I work nights, dude. And I come home and I trade for like fucking 6 hours, freaking 6 hours. But yeah, my sleep schedule's screwed up. But I'm just trying to catch up, replaying the stream and looking online.
Okay. Gotcha.
What about you? You holding up well here?
Yeah, I mean, I just set a grid bot and went out a little bit. I had sacrificed my long position earlier today and I didn't feel like re-entering. There was nothing compelling me to do so. So I don't have a long position. I don't really feel like trading the weekend trap anyway. I was just wondering why he's got it so tight on his chart. Like I figured it would be a little bit wider than that.
I mean, it's definitely hitting resistance on top of that box, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I'm just like, I don't know. Maybe he's drawn it tight like that because he's taking into consideration like the support and resistance that already existed.
Yeah,
Which if
remember,
you're looking at the W. Go ahead.
no, I'm just saying. Usually, we do have a slight breakout from to release. No, not all the shorts, but past weekend I think we did that. We popped out like what 1% or something from the bottom, and then copied it on the top, and then came back right within
I don't
range.
even think it was a full 1%, but like yeah,
Probably
it
not 1%,
deviates
but yeah, it deviated a good amount
like
though.
0.2% from the range. But my grid is set way wider than that.
Yeah, me too. I mean, if we free those shorts, we're looking at the sweep we've been waiting for. But actually, let's see what happens to that buy wall. Is that guy just chilling there still, or
I think he got filled.
did he?
That's what made that W. Yeah, the first attempt to fill it was the low with the stopping volume candle, and then when it came back down again, he had added like another 1500 or something. And then when it came down a second time, I think that's when it got fully filled, but it wasn't like it didn't react to it violently. So there was nothing like really telling me, hey, go in and it put in a long. I think it's because they were holding it down because of the options expiration. But then as soon as they expired, like pretty much the price was left to its own devices, it ended up breaking out of the W anyway. So I don't know. I wasn't able to really like I spotted the W, but I didn't have enough faith in it to actually play it, so I didn't. But now I've just got
Yeah,
my
I
grid
was
set up for like more.
right before I was nodding out. I felt like I was gonna fall asleep and have what do they call it in here? Keyboard space key head or something. When you fall asleep on your keyboard, right? Yeah, I was starting to knock out, and I looked at the chart and I saw it was about to jump up, and I'm like, do I cancel all my buy orders on the bottom and just buy here and ride it? But yeah, I ended up falling asleep, so I just left it the way it is. I grabbed like 5% out of my total buys I originally wanted. So I got a little piece, but nothing drastic.
Well, nice. That's a W. A win's a win,
Dom's
man.
Yeah, wins a win. Dom's being a little friendly right now, but I feel like if we do hit that measured move that Dbloc has marked out, and what BJ was just kind of going over a little while ago, if you were here, I think Dom will shoot up with Bitcoin. So it probably won't look too pretty for the alts. Unless it just has a slow grind up and Dom just kind of stays the way it is, then yeah, I don't know.
Well, I have enough available margin where I can actually do some quick scalps, but without getting in trouble.
Yeah, I was looking at it, man. I'm like, do we go back and retest, or do we break out and grab some liquidity from up above? I can't make a decision. I don't really want to play it. I think I'm gonna just be a little patient and see what the market wants to do, what the intentions are, before I start jumping in a little deeper.
Yeah, I feel you. It's been a wicked stressful past couple days, like really the past week for me when it comes to trading. So I kind of need to slow down anyway. And then I guess luckily the market slowed down with me, so
Oh yeah,
I'm able to
this is your
kind of passively take a break.
yeah, this is your opportunity here. Do what you got to do. Enjoy a nice weekend. Take the lady out. And just don't spend 6 hours sitting on this if you got other things to do. Me personally, I'm patiently waiting. I need to. I want to catch something nice, so I'm home. I'm relaxing. I got some reports to finish up anyway.
There you go. Good shit. Just check on my bot real quick. I'm up 52 cents. Well,
I
really
was gonna
66 cents.
ask, relatively, what do people put in? Like, how much percentage of their portfolio do they throw with those bots?
I don't know. I think it depends on what kind of leverage. Like this, it's not just a spot grid bot. It's like a futures grid bot, and it's a neutral grid, so you can still get liquidated.
Oh,
But I mean, if you put hardly anything in there, like you can put stuff, but if you put hardly anything in there, then you know, or like if you're on high leverage, you probably want to use a small percent. But I'm on 10x and I have like a kind of a lot of grids, and the price isn't super volatile anyway. So I threw a G in there because if you have hardly anything and you have a bunch of grids, you're not going to make it like any money.
yeah, I
But
was gonna say too little is kind of you're just wasting time at that point, but too much is too risky, though. Right?
yeah,
But yeah, no,
I
10x
mean,
looks good.
if I can make if I can make like 10% over the weekend, like it allows you on this particular one to back test it with AI instead of like could yield like 8 to 10%. But that's assuming it goes through the whole range and executes all the orders. So I don't know if I can make like 10% over the weekend, like that's pretty good because it's like I don't have to do anything, and if it puts like if it gets me like an extra $100 or whatever, like whatever, I'm good with that.
Yeah, I mean the bottom of
And
this
that
range of this weekend trap to the top is about 7%, 7.5, I think, from the very very bottom to the top. So that's not a bad range to play with. It's tight,
yeah, well,
definitely tight.
it's on 10x, and the grid is only a 2% grid.
Right. No,
So
I'm
like
agreeing
it's
with you. I'm saying I think 10x is definitely safer. Like it's high enough to
well,
make something, but it's low enough to not kind of take too much risk in this
yeah,
range.
well, what I'm saying is the price only has to move 1% for the bot to make 10%. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
Yeah, I
if
don't
it
know, man.
goes
Those bots
1% up,
freak me out,
1% down.
especially leverage, and you can get look. I don't know.
When the price doesn't do much, it's not very scary. And like you can set the parameters like however you want. It's like it's something you have to get used to, but it's very passive. It's like it just kind of does everything for you. Like one weekend I had it set up and I made like I don't know $250 over the weekend or over the course of like 3 days. I don't even know if it was a weekend, but that wasn't on Bitcoin. That was like on HBAR, and HBAR was just trading in this really nice range and was adhering to very well. So it ended up working out pretty good. But I had three bots running. So like I had a short grid bot that was for a higher that was like in a higher range, and then I had a long grid bot that was in a lower range, and then I also had a neutral grid bot which is like basically both of them, like it's longing and shorting at the same time. And that one was in the center of the two of them. So it overlapped the two ranges. And so that weekend, I had three of them running, and I only put like $400 in or something, but it ended up making me like $250 over the course of like 3 days or so. And I was like, oh, that's sweet. It might not have been 3 days. It might have been like a week. I forget, but like it was pretty good for the amount of money that I put in to all three of the bots combined, and then the amount that I took out was like a pretty damn good return. And it was only on 10x, but like yeah, it's something like H bar is way more volatile too than Bitcoin, so it's probably going to get a better return. It was a wider range that I had it set to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
GG's with that. I mean, if you're shaving off some profits, why not? But yeah, this range is pretty tight. So I could definitely see it doing a little deviation. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, if the price only moves like 1 or 2% over the weekend, like I should still make it like a pretty decent amount of passive income off of it. I don't feel like sitting in front of the computer and actually so there's too much coverage maybe. I'll just get frustrated if I try to do that, honestly.
Yeah, don't do that to yourself. I just set my stop loss underneath this kind of upwards wedge or flag, whatever you want to call it. Even if it just keeps playing within this range, I'll just keep scooping some up at the bottom and dropping it off at the top. I'm gonna make some coffee. I'll be right back, Quagmire.
All right, bro. I gotta do some stuff too.
Quagmire.
Hello, Frentagon, if you're still here. I have July 27th and 28th as a very interesting set of dates for reaching those highs. So I'm gonna have to come back in a little while and confirm that, but that's what I'm looking at.
How's it? It was whatever. I don't make money right now, so it's like it sucks. Oh, I got $100, but I'm trying to think. Up and down, it's a brand like a thing, but shit, it's a last. And you can't hang on, hang on, you're right there, day down the two of my feet. Probably
Looks like we got a deviation to the top side, and dominance is slowly dropping.
Bump it. Where's Bitcoin going?
Pues, entonces, el análisis técnico del man.
Huh?
Hi, family. We have a pretty clear window if we can get across the 4-hour 50 EMA all the way up to 19,500 on the 6-hour. So if we get some volume here, could be a nice move. So we do have some resistance at 17,700, 117,700. Forgive me. And then at 118,175. But we cleared the time frame on the or the EMAs on the 6-hour. If we can get over that angle there, let me just show you right here. Oh, geez, this one. Uh, 117,900 right there. So that's where we would catch the ascending. So let me show you. See right here, this is the top, and that is the 50 MA right here at 118,380, and then we have a pretty decent clear path right up over that to 119,005. So this is the gap area that has to be, you know, crossed between where we are now, and that means crossing the 50 EMA on the 4-hour. Show you the 4-hour. Here we are, 4-hour time frame, and we're right at the 50 right here. See that? Boom. Then just above there at 118,000, just a little over 118,000 is the 50 MA on the 4-hour time frame. And after that, we are smooth sailing on the 4-hour. So this little area of resistance is just what needs to be met, and then we have a nice window, you know, a gap area, just like you have a gap on the bottom. We have a gap up on the top, which is what I was discussing earlier today when I was talking about how we might be actually happy about the 4-hour this time, because we have the 4-hour in the bull's favor in a way. There's a lot of shorts up there and so on. So that's where we're at. So let's look at the 5-minute and see what we got going there. And we are still above our 800. We had a little bit of a pullback after that. Let's see, are we lined up again? 50 is below our, still below the 800, and we're below the 5 EMA. So price needs to bust over the 5 EMA on the 5-minute, which is at 170,509. And then the top of the volume profile here is 117,600. So bust loose over the top of that pattern. Up there are these double tops, and then we have that local high at 117,745. So there we go. What a deal. Looking good. There we just crossed it. Let's see what that candle looks like. I haven't quite passed that wick yet from the previous candle. Let's see, we got a little bit more to go. 117,543.6 will get us across that previous wick. Almost there.
What's going on, gang?
Sitting here with toothpicks in the eye. Lips.
It's a nice little break, you know? Nice little break. Got some IRL stuff done.
Done some micro scalping so far, but 8-0, but they're tiny. But
yeah,
they're wins.
This tight that this range that we're in is so tight. I'm looking for it to expand a little bit, but we'll see. So far, it's literally like a $500, almost $600 range.
Yeah, it's pretty narrow, especially for the last yeah, almost 3 hours.
Since CME closed. 17. Let me see what we got on. What was the close here? 18 to. Yeah, that's great. Such a big premium between and perps.
Seeing a lot of green today.
Yeah, the alts should be liking this. Prices just coming down on Dom. Candles are coming down on Dom, and Bitcoin's moving sideways.
I got an Ethereum on that drop yesterday, and it's doing a little better today. Got almost 600 votes and like under 200 likes. Come on, guys, let's get them likes up.
Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just answering some DMs. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Yeah, not looking for anything too exciting, guys. Only thing moving right now is going to be alts. Let's see. Anything impressive? Angle. This is such a good chart.
I would say something, but I don't want to do push-ups.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of those when it comes to this. It's more than halfway through its measured move already. So this is all-time high on the monthly, I believe, except for that wick. And highest monthly close basically on the body, or highest weekly close on the body. Yeah, alts can do okay this weekend as long as dominance keeps coming down. As long as Bitcoin stays trapped here and dominance keeps coming down, we'll be good. The problem is when this thing breaks, though, we've got to be ready to. I mean, unless you're just accumulating and holding, but if you're scalping when this breaks trend, is when you'd be looking to sort of lighten the load a little bit on alts.
Hi, can you please take a look at the Charlotte chart? I'm leaning to take a long position on it. I love UTA, it's clear and accurate.
When this breaks, that should be what takes us. Super chat. Take a look at Sahara chart. Yeah, give me 1 second, Moises. I got you. Would you look at that? So breaking out of this flag, if we break out in the next couple hours, would give us the measured move to get up to 0.5. That's a longer play, but the math is there. All right, Sahara, you said? Yeah, let me take a look. Yeah. Damn, how long ago were we looking at this?
Reading.
Yeah, that went bad. I guess at the time somebody was trading into this and I was warning them about that vector gap underneath. Eventually it broke.
What's up, Dbloc?
What's going on, man? So let
I
me
just
take
came
a
from my
look.
first concert.
You looking for more short term or long term, Moses? Macro or give me a second, I'm just doing some TA for this. Ugh. Tweezer top on the daily. Basically right at all-time highs. Alright, let's see where we caught on this retreat. $786 just barely. So we had this level of accumulation down here for a while. Right? That's where everything's set up. This was after it launched and it went crazy. And then everybody came in here wanting to chase it. Right? We were talking about it breaking down because of that large vector. So it finally broke down, came and just went into a pretty long accumulation here. Usually the length of the accumulations give you an idea on how big the break is going to be. Now, the fact that it gave it all back isn't great, but the fact that it came down and held support at the top of that accumulation is. Right? You want to see that. You want to see that resistance turned into support. That being said, as we go down on lower time frames, though, there's tons of liquidity underneath, and it's already come down this far. I mean, I don't know anything about this project, but that's not good that it didn't hold any of that. This smells to me like some sort of launch into an airdrop or something. But yeah, this is like it's just gonna keep coming down to me, honestly. No real believable sort of structured bottom here. The only thing good about it is where we caught, right? Liquidity sweep there, trying to get above the 50. Already rejected the 50 on the hourly. I'm just trying to figure out why it why they bidded it down so hard. You know what I mean? Like it almost looks like an airdrop. I would want to make sure that this is really a recovery and not just vector recovery here, right? Because this bounce here could just be market maker coming to grab this. Right, shrunk that vector to about there, which is basically taking the whole thing. You would be putting in your higher low here. Yeah, I mean, that's bad. At least it gave people an exit. And if you got caught on that first one, that second one should make you question things. For me to get bullish on this, I would have to see it come down, hold, and break, honestly. I'd have to see it come back down, hold, and then break out. But the chart looks like shit. Just from the story that the chart says, that the chart tells you something great happened on June 22nd. I mean, on July 22nd, right? And by the very next day, nobody cared anymore. Look at the spike on the selling pressure versus the spike on the buying pressure. I mean, what this tells me though is that it does have explosive potential, right? Like that does have explosive potential. But the same way as we saw what happened here, right? When we had that pop from the listing. And then what happened? You had that hard retrace, and then it looked like it was recovering, and then it just went into a long accumulation. You get what I mean? So if we play that forward here, it would look like that big swoop, give it all back, look like it's recovering, and then just come sweep and come back into that accumulation again. Just my opinion. And like I said, I'm not looking at any fundamentals or anything. I'm just looking at the chart. Nah, I think Dom would have to pump to get it up to 0.5. I mean, I'm sorry, I think Bitcoin would have to pump to get it to 0.5. I could be wrong, but yeah, I'll look at DIA. Then I gotta try to sneak in a little bit of research. I've been out of the office all day. Make sure we're not missing anything.
Oh, God.
Another great chart.
Don't die.
So we had 2 accumulations down here on DIA before we finally broke out.
And a stable coin?
And then literally just didn't come back, bro. Crazy. Explosive move into a big ass bull flag. Almost got, I guess we didn't get that measured move, did we? No. Was this measured move right? I'm surprised we didn't get that measured move. Yeah, measured move was right. Missed it by like what? 2-3 cents. And then so far we've just flagged out after. Right, it looks like we're putting in a pretty large flag here though. Like this whole structure. That was the breakout. Be looking at like a 2x from here, close to it, $1.80. If everything goes the way it's supposed to, right? Obviously, just chart wise. God, that's crazy how far we are from these accumulations and how little they look now from up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take a look at XPK and then I'm gonna do a little research run. Okay. Looks great. Hey, next time do me a favor though. Show me this shit when it's down here. I'm tired of y'all showing me coins that have pumped that I didn't get in on. We're gonna start fighting one of these days. Y'all keeping all the good shit to
SPK,
yourselves.
that thing's been pumping for days.
No, I know. I saw it when it started to go up. And as it broke the highs, I was like, if we get a rejection after breaking highs, I'm not gonna chase. Because I was gonna break my don't chase rule. And then we came above those highs and we put in that hard wick right there, and I was like, yeah, nah, I'm good. And then bloop.
You looked at Athena at all?
That shit just goes to show you, man. All right, let's take a look on lower time frames here. First, let's pull a fib. Let's see how deep we've gotten on this retracement. Looks like a 382.
What is SPK?
0.5. It wicked down to the golden pocket. It's not bad. Quick back to golden pocket. Railroad tracks. Probably a stopping volume candle on the 4 hour. Nah, it never turned. 2 hour? Yep. Stopping volume candle on the 2 hour, but it was invalidated right after. And now you're trying to get above the 50, right? On the hourly. Got above it once, rejected. Held support. Came up again, rejected. And so you're having trouble with that. Usually these types of setups, will break eventually and come down for these. Right? Whenever you have a hard support right above a vector like that, right? Time-wise, if you don't get up and out and away from this area, you're more than likely going to come down and swing to grab that. Why are there no liquidations on this chart? There we go. Yeah, I mean, don't love that structure. Right, big impulsive high, then a rounded top, or double top, however you want to look at it. Yeah. In my opinion, at the least, you're probably going to come to explore that wick. A real touch of the 50 on the 4 hour. Right, came down and hit golden pocket, but you didn't hit the 50. And price just sort of went sideways as the 50 came up. Right, now you have a chance to hit that 50 and still not break golden. But I think they're coming for it. That would be my bet. Just watch these lows. You've got a current stopping volume candle that's still active on the 5 minute. But if this thing doesn't put in a higher low and form a W fractal to bounce out, you're going to come grab all of this shit. Bullish hopium here would be this higher low. Got a couple levels to watch. Your current level where you held, right? That would be your first break. And then your real break of structure comes here at this double bottom. And then you lose structure completely at 105. My target at that point would be between 95 and 90 cents. Somewhere around those ranges, if all three of those break.
You got any Athena?
That thing has been moving, man.
Yeah, it has.
That's my only other stablecoin play aside from Circle.
It's actually coming down right now. But it's been pushing for a while now.
ENA.
Yeah, ENA's been going crazy.
On volume.
Yeah, and healthy too. Just like even when it came back, even when it retraced back to the scene of the crime here, basically. Those highs. So per day. And then put in a higher high, which is like, yeah. If you were looking at this chart inverse and you were in a short, you probably wouldn't be too worried right about now, right? Like, you're like, yeah, they're going to come sweep this liquidity. We already broke the lows. broke that support, retested it, tried to get over it 1, 2, 3 times, rejected bearishly, put in a dead cat bounce. Chances are this thing keeps pumping. I mean, you can come back and retrace, obviously, right? Hold some support, which actually I would like for it to do before it gets too crazy. Right around here.
If you did you add to some alts this past day?
Like today? Yesterday? No. Not yet.
Or not yet.
Not until dominance makes that move. Yeah, look at Sui. Sui would be the last one. Then I gotta go into the Twitter swamp. Before today's news gets buried, it's still before 12.
It's Saturday.
Bullish and is going to the moon. Do I have to be more specific than that? Or is that... The problem with near is that there hasn't been a AI or an L1 narrative yet, for the most part. Right, and near's gonna benefit from both of those. But it has been lagging, bro. I do feel you on that one. Well, Sui's got a nice little bull flag that it's building underneath resistance. This Sui chart is getting messy, but we have literally been micromanaging this on every dip. Yeah, that's not bad. That move, breaking this, would give us the move out of the range. Oh, look, I already have... I don't have this. Exactly the same measured move. Again. So that's what I'm looking for. That should take us up through our 2, almost to our 3. And put Sui somewhere around $5.20. That's obviously when it's time to go, right? It's not time right now. The road is paved, but we've got to wait for Bitcoin and for dominance to line up for us.
Hey, Dbloc, did you already talk about Trump's comments on the digital central bank digital security?
Mm-mm.
He just said in my tenure there will never be a central digital currency from the banks.
Yeah.
And I don't know what impact, I don't know what impact that makes, but I just thought that was interesting in the way he said never will be. Like he was like someone got up his butt about something. I don't know why he's so against it.
He's been saying that since his campaign, so yeah, it's not
Oh,
like
okay.
new
I didn't
per
know
se,
that. Okay.
but yeah. Remember, they're putting all their horses behind the stable. Like they're going in the stables. So it's like stables versus CBDC. For them, I think they chose stables because stables is going to help defend the dollar's position as the reserve currency for the next 30, 50 years.
It's hard to I mean, you're right. I probably need to go back and check his comments on it, but it's just hard to believe that he has a stance on something that actually is sort of complex, and yet he, like a few days ago, he's like, let's split Nvidia, let's split it up. What does Nvidia even do, by the way? I was just like, what?
Nah, he just talks sometimes, bro. Sometimes he just goes on automatic, especially when he goes off script. It's like off script Trump is classic. You never know what you're gonna get.
I know, man, but how do you not know the top highest cap company in the world? He's like, what do they do again? Just like, what? And I'm not making fun of him. I'm just saying, like, I don't get where he.
No,
Like,
I
sometimes I don't
make
get where
fun
his
of him if
head's
he
at.
does something dumb. The hell, none of these people are beyond reproach. Do some stupid shit, I'm gonna laugh at it. Like that picture with him and Powell with their goofy ass hard hats.
What was that from?
So when they went to the construction of whatever the hell it was, I did Trump did say something interesting to one of the reporters though. They asked him how the meeting went, and he said that Powell told him that America was in great shape, and that he took that to mean that he was relaxing his stance on cuts. Now, obviously, that last part is Trump talking, right? But I don't know. Maybe who knows? Maybe Jerome was like, "Hey, chill out, bro. It's coming. Can't do it this time because this, and that. But I'm already gonna do it. And if you keep talking shit, you're gonna make me not want to do it."
Dude, I thought the hard hat thing was like an AI image, but that's no joke, man. They barely even fit on their head.
Nah, they were on some like Bob the Builder, like Party City Halloween costume shit. Like those hard hats probably didn't even work. You don't want to drop anything on your head with one of those things on.
Dollar store hat.
Yo.
What's going on?
What up? It remind me of some Bill Nye the Science Guy hard hat.
Yeah, same sort of thing. It was that same vibe.
Does the CVD work on dominance? Because that is showing it's going to go down.
Nah, it doesn't because it's not based on volume, right? It's just it's a percentage. I have seen people do all types of things though to try to figure out what dominance is gonna do. The most part, the more successful things really are just structure. Even momentum is faulty at times because it's like there's so many different variables to whether dominance goes up or down. Sentiment is probably the strongest. Morning, Jerome.
Good morning. No, this ain't Jerome, but I do have a question for you.
You're not Jerome.
I know. I
What
mean,
happened?
at least I'm not Jerome Powell. But I'm no Jerome Powell, that's for sure. Why you draw the weekend trap so tight?
Because the map is drawn it tight. I'm not guessing. I'm just playing off of the resistance and the support that we've gotten at close to equal distances off of this. Literally could be here and it would be perfect.
But wasn't that there before? Wasn't a box there before we even hit that zone?
Yeah.
So how did you figure where to
That
put
it would be there.
Is it just previous resistance?
I just took a high. I took the high and the low after CME closed. But remember, this box was this size already, and I just had it up here. I thought we would come up and grab all of this and then get trapped down here, right? So, oh, that was trippy. Oh.
So you
Ooh. My bad.
That was there. So you basically, so the high was there before the price hit it.
Yeah, it was already there.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
I'd stretched it
thought
out right
wasn't there
now to
yet.
look like this, but it came. I think I might have like moved it up a tiny little bit, but we rejected off where the box was. Again, I'm not taking credit for it. It's just the size that was there when it just random, just happened to do it.
So why wouldn't it be like? Are you expecting it to adhere to that tight range for the duration of the weekend?
Mm-hmm. I expected it to
Like, so why?
deviate, but so far we've gotten, like I said, I'm just letting the chart tell me, right? So far we've gotten 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies across. And then on the top, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies, and then the rest of the wicks, you know. So if you want to bring it down and be really technical on where the algo kicked in, right, is basically what we're trying to figure out, right?
Okay.
It would be like right around there.
Hey, Kwai, did you get some rest, buddy? You were sounding pretty rough the other day.
Oh yeah, I was pissed, bro.
I was about to go to call 1-800-Flowers for you, man.
I was about to go beat up the market maker.
Wow, thanks, guys.
That's true, bro.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just not enough sleep, too much frustration, to over trading. Like,
Perfect storm, bro.
And
it happens. Couple
I
of
don't know, it
weeks
was out
of
of character.
high emotional sort of, you know what I mean, volume.
Yeah.
It just seemed out of character because you're not one to, you don't seem usually stressed. Like, at least you don't give that vibe off.
I mean, I try to like not be stressed as much as possible, but it does happen. Dude,
He's like, I
Dbloc,
usually mute
Dbloc
my
has seen me.
mic before I break shit.
Yeah. No, Dbloc saw me, but I was way worse back in the day. Like, I used to sit there and like yell and curse at the Bitcoin chart if it didn't do what I want. And I was drunk then too, so you can only imagine.
Why he was just kidding.
Yeah, joke, psych.
Yeah. No, it's real shit. I like, but some people like to take on this like this the opposite, like not the opposite, but like some people like to go online and like they take over this like alter ego or different persona or whatever, and it's like no, like the with me, it's like what you see is what you get. Like I'm the same exact way in real life as I am online.
Tell him.
Yep,
I'm human.
me too, unfortunately.
Do I not bleed? You know, if you cut me, do I not bleed?
Yeah.
That daily candle on Bitcoin, isn't that like a lovely stopping candle?
Let's take a look at the macro. So first of all, the weekly. We've got a day left. I'm still under the impression that this closes red. And we had our indecision candle. Should be followed up by a red candle, but I mean, who knows? At this point, we've already got the drop that we were looking for. 114.4-ish.
I mean, why don't you go on monthly since you're almost at the end of the month?
Yeah, I'll check it right now. And then this is the range here, right? 112 at the top of the wick, 109 at the bottom of the bodies. This is what we want to hold on the week if it were to like just do something stupid, right? Worst case scenario, we want to hold this range. And then the monthly. I mean, what can you say, really? You know, yeesh.
I mean, what about vector play in this? There's nothing, right?
Nah. All of these have been taken care of. So crazy, bro. What's really crazy is that so far, there really are no vectors to recover.
So while you're gearing that up, I just want to say something real quick. So like jacket, like you said, like it seemed like it was out of character for me. Like that might be the case as far as like as far as like your experience or interactions with me. But here's the thing, you know how I always say psychology is the most like difficult, one of the most difficult parts of trading, and like to try to master this like trading psychology is the most difficult, one of the most difficult things, but one of the most important. I say that as like not somebody who's mastered it, but somebody who's still susceptible to it and still a victim of it. Like, you know what I mean? I speak from experience, from somebody that like, you know, is still struggling to master it. You know what I'm saying? Not someone like don't like expect that like I'm somebody that's mastered it. I know about it and how hard it can be because I've struggled with it, you know?
Yeah, and when I say out of character, like what you were talking about, there was nothing like odd or out of line or anything. It just seemed not like your normal self. Like, I mean, you weren't spazzing or anything. You just sounded frustrated.
Yeah, I was hella frustrated, but I mean that's the thing is like I try not to be stressed out because it sucks being stressed out, but it happens. And that wasn't the worst part. Is like I usually blame it on something else that's happening in my life. There wasn't even anything else that was happening at the time. I was just pissed off because I was getting impatient, and my trade and my TA wasn't playing out.
Yeah.
I was like, it was that bad. It was that bad where it was like I'm like I cared about it that much, like not that I was like my trade wasn't working out and like financially it was not good for me. It was just like I was wrong. Like and I was waiting for my TA to play out and was so confident that I was going to and it just didn't and that pissed me off. So
I know this is not going to sound very technical, but I found doing this many years, the hardest time to trade for me personally is after a pump. I just can't do it, man. I cannot figure out when it's cooled off. I mean, obviously watching Dbloc's TA helps, but I have the hardest time after something pumps.
So let me point this out real quick.
yeah, let him get through what he wanted to
What
show.
I
Sorry,
was
sorry for
nah, you're
steamrolling
good.
it.
What I was saying
Sorry.
was that these vectors that we've taken back, right? We took back these vectors. We took back these vectors, right? Completely. Took back these vectors, left maybe a little chunk there, right? So that chunk right there between 74K and 68. When I do the retracement on the next bull market, if we get to 150, that's sort of the numbers that I'm looking for retracement. Bottom of the next bear, right? Coming back to grab this little vector. Now, what's weird is that by this time, the last market, look at that row of vectors that we left on the way up, right? This is when we went parabolic and we just went absolutely stupid. You see how market came back and grabbed all of those vectors for the bottom of the bear market? So our full bear market retracement was vector recovery. Okay. So we're not really, as of yet, leaving any vectors up to the top side. Except for, like I said, that little chunk that's right there that hasn't been taken. So it's like, let me turn all this shit on. We didn't start to leave those vectors until we were up about a 6.5x. Right? That's about where it started. Let's call it a 6x. 500% from the bottom. And then we started to go parabolic with those vectors. Right now, we're sitting at about 680%. If we go down to those vectors that were left, right, that vector's left at about 385% up. But my point is, by this time in the market, we had already started to leave some vectors that we retraced down to, right about 500%. So what I'm trying to say is the next sort of move up, I expect this to be when we do this. And the reason I say it is because the market maker, once it starts to go and he knows it's going to go and there's going to be no retracement, he'll start setting up his positions for the next bear market. Right? So he'll just literally start to match trades and push price and just fill this level with shorts that he'll patiently wait over a year to fill.
Dude, crazy how those look the same. The ones you were just on.
Yeah, it was
dude.
just, I mean, this was a good time. Like, this was like, everything was just flying. And it's funny because it happens right at the end, right? Like, it's not like from the time that it starts to the time that you sort of peak out, at least during 2021, was 84 days. Right? It's just a little bit over 2 months. And everybody's freaking out because we only have 2-3 months or 3 or 4 months left in this run, but this happens very quickly and violently when it's time to go. 119 days until we got to the first double top. And a lot of people consider this the true top of this cycle. Because when you look at RSI, you see how RSI made a high, but on the second attempt, it made a lower low. So even on RSI, the true top was 65. This is when Zeusy pops in and says, actually, when adjusted for inflation, 60, and he's absolutely right. With the inflation that we were having, the $64,000 Bitcoin bought you more than the $69,000 Bitcoin did. It was a more valuable Bitcoin, even though it got a higher USD price. Just interesting stuff to nerd out on.
So that daily candle?
Oh, the daily. Yeah, daily looks nice. I mean, you still have 20 hours to be able to hold that. I do think eventually we retest the 50. But I'm hoping that what happens is that we sort of range and the 50 slowly comes up. Oh. One thing I can guarantee you is that the 50 won't do that. Ever. Not a lot of guarantees in crypto, but that's one of them.
Yeah, dude, unless you're talking about like alternative universe or something.
But yeah, the daily candle looks decent. And the follow-up candle is going to be what's important here. We swept the liquidity, you know, so we'll see. I do think that they're going to want to at least attempt ATH this week.
Man, I've been dying to ask this question, and I don't really quite understand it. And if I ask it in a way that's weird, maybe you might be able to decipher what I'm asking. How, when we're up this high, or let's say that 80% of Bitcoin has been bought, don't you have to buy Bitcoin or at least have some Bitcoin to short it? Like, is that a thing?
Yeah.
So what if there's no let's say that there's some buy orders to buy the rest of the Bitcoin. Like, how do you short at that point if there's no Bitcoin to buy to short?
That's what market maker does. Market maker takes the opposite side of the trade. That's exactly what he's doing when you're short. He's providing that. Right?
So he's selling his
sells
Bitcoin
short.
that he has?
You sell short, yeah.
But he has to have Bitcoin to do that, though.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
So when they say the exchanges are running out of Bitcoin, doesn't that reduce the market maker's strength?
Yeah, but when price does this, all of a sudden exchanges have a bunch of Bitcoin again.
Yeah.
Because people sell off, right? People will give it right back to the exchange if they're scared. That's what a lot of these drops are for, right? Big money needs Bitcoin. Exchanges don't have it. They shake the weak hands out, and they put it in the hands of like stronger hands, higher convicted
All right.
holders.
Okay, that makes sense.
Right back. I gotta find my ashtray.
Yo, my trading bot, my grid bot is up $1.33. Hell yeah. Dude, this thing has made 19 trades so far, and it's only up $1.33. What the hell is going on here?
Wouldn't you have to pay for the trade on both sides, the opening and the closing and the opening and the closing and the opening
Yeah,
and the...
yeah, there is a fee, but like it's a minuscule fee because the position, there's so many grids that the position open and closing is.
So you would have to have a pretty large spread of a percentage on a gain in order to...
Yeah, it's like a 2% spread on the grid, but it's on 10x leverage.
Okay. Is that the one that Donnie
So it's
uses?
really like 20%. I don't know. I think he uses 3 commas. I'm just using mine straight from an exchange.
Okay.
But I've set up the grid myself. Like I've manually programmed it. You can like copy trade other people's bots, but I don't like to do that.
Yeah.
Because especially if they've been running for a really long time, it's just like, oh, this one's up 423%. But it's like, yeah, but that's been running for like 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
So like, by the time I get into it, it's probably gonna turn around, and then I'm gonna get wrecked, and then they're gonna close their bot. This thing's been running for almost 7 hours now. Damn, 7 hours, $1.33. That's like 6 cents an hour. No, it's really more like 20 cents an hour, but that's better than 0.
Or negative, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, 15 to 20 cents an hour for doing nothing, I'll take it.
Yeah. So is there a way to compound that 15 to 20 cents or no?
Yeah, it does. Well, so like you have your initial invested capital, and then as you put, as it adds to so like once you get a few trades in, and once a few trades execute, and
Your
there's
position
profit
size
that's
will grow.
available. Yeah, like so every time it closes a position, it opens an order for a new one in a different spot. So when you add your profits to the initial investment, it just makes each new order that it opens slightly larger.
Correct. Okay.
So it sort of compounds that way. So every new trade after your bot's profitable, every new trade gets a little bit bigger, which then makes it slightly more profitable.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good.
So eventually it'll probably be like 25, 30 cents an hour, and then
And that'll
maybe
probably
it's
grow
$1 an
exponentially.
hour.
Yeah, if you've set it up right, that your 20 cents might end up being more like $1 an hour.
Yeah. So the problem is it's not going to stay within a 2% range long enough for that to
Oh.
for like, you know what I mean? If it was like a 20% range or a 50% range, and I had like 50 times the amount of money in it, then probably like eventually like it will grow, like it could probably grow to like 5, 10, 15, $20 an hour. But I don't have that much capital in it, and I'm only planning on leaving it open for the rest of the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So like
Yeah,
as soon as the weekend's over, when CME opens on Sunday night, I'm gonna close the bot.
But it's
What
passive income basically, and you're learning, right?
Yeah, yeah. And I
what
don't have to
platform?
trade it and get frustrated over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
What platform is that, Quagga?
FMX. But I don't like to shill it because people like in the US really can't get on it unless they're I was grandfathered in. I had several accounts before they kicked US people off. And this specific account that I'm using, I got a referral from an affiliate. So like because they were like an affiliate, like slash like kind of partner, like that was I think that's the only. So like because I had an affiliate like a referral link from an affiliate, plus I was grandfathered in. I think that's the only reason why I'm allowed to actually have the account still. But if you go and try to sign up, they might not let you.
Gotcha. And
Like
is that
I would show.
You know,
What?
some of that might change here in not too short a time because, or not too long a time because of the different stance that the United States is making now in their regulations, and they seem to be encouraging um, more leniency. So other countries might be a little less hesitant to disallow the United States citizens from their platforms.
Here, Vic, send me a DM real quick. Look, we can see if it works if you want. The worst that can happen is you're not gonna they won't let you.
No, I think I have a Fimex account. Like I was just wondering if there was because I've never tried one of those bots. Like I was looking, I use Blowfin. Blowfin has it, but I've never actually created a bot.
Kraken,
shit.
Coinbase.
I didn't even know. I mean, really, if you take your API key and you link it up to 3 commas, you can use it with pretty much any exchange. But these like Fimex just has the bots built in. I didn't even know that Blowfin had one, and I've never used one on Kraken either. I didn't know they offered that. They definitely don't offer the futures grid.
No.
Like, which is what this. It has to be like an exchange that allows perpetuals in the first place.
I might be thinking that they are with the
Like a spot grid. Like they
Mhm.
might have a spot grid, but they definitely don't have a futures grid. So the danger in using a futures grid though is you can still get liquidated if you don't put stop losses. Like if it goes way outside of your range, then and you don't have a stop, then you're pretty much screwed. Which the stop is basically like close the bot, like whether it's in positive or negative, just close it if it gets to this price. Anyway, here I'll send you this anyway in case you ever need it, or if you forgot the. Oh, I can't message you.
Oh, let me add you.
I sent you a friend request and you never accepted my friend request.
I think sometimes people have their settings, security settings set up so that even if you send a friend request, they can't see it or something. So you almost have to verbally catch them.
Yeah, I just accept.
Oh, wait. This is so. Here's the one for Femex, and then that's the. Here's the code. So they might. I'm not an affiliate, but like they might let you in from the invite because it says like with new invitees you can, which they're probably full of shit. But it says for invitee earn up to $4,800 in welcome rewards, but they probably want you to deposit like 10 grand. So I don't know what that's all about, or if they like. But a lot of the people say that they have had trouble signing up for it. A lot of people in the U.S. say that they have trouble signing up for it, or it doesn't allow them to. And then this is the one that I've been using, which this one's actually really good. Hold on. I don't think they have bots for this, but this is the one that I've been signing up. People have been signing up with. This is KSEX, the other one. And then here's my code. This is my specialized code. I put it
HBAR
underneath.
27.
HBAR was one of the coins that I ran a spot, or not a spot, a futures grid on, and it made like, in like 3 days, I think it made like $250 or something. It might have been like a week, but it was like, I only invested like $400 in total, and I had 3 futures grids. So I had a neutral grid, that was like a few percent up and down, and then I had a higher range that was a future short grid bought up at higher prices, and then I had a futures long grid bought down at lower prices in a lower range. But the neutral grid bought overlapped the two of them, and I put like $400 in total in all 3 of them, and ran them all at the same time. And over the course of, like, I forget, it was like a few days, or like it ended up like it might have been like a week or something. I don't exactly remember, but it made like $250, and it was like I didn't even have to do. I didn't have to maintain them at all, and like I just let them run. But H bar was adhering to this really nice range, and obviously H bar is way more volatile than Bitcoin, especially when Bitcoin's in the weekend trap. So this that H bar play, I think it had to have been more than 3 days. It must have been like a week, because I remember it going up and down like pretty big percentages, and then that multiplied by 10, like, because I think I was on the 10x. It was like, you know, like I think it might have been doing like 20%, like every other day, like up and down, like within this range. The price was lower than it is now, but it was a nice range. So like, I mean, I ended up closing it while it was in the middle of the range, because all 3 of them were in profit. All 3 of the bots were in profit. So I cut it, and then it eventually got out of that range. But I wasn't gonna wait for it to leave that range before closing all of them. I just wanted to close them all while they were all in the profit. But it worked out pretty well. And I got out before it left the range, which was good, because at least one of them would have gotten wrecked if I had waited. Sorry, I didn't mean to like sort of interrupt you there. H bar is ripping right now, or what? Whoever came in to talk about it.
H bar got listed on Robin earlier. I saw that. I should have bought it.
No
I did buy
way.
it. I bought it, and then it started tanking, and then I got shook out, and then I just woke up and it looks like it ripped.
What happened?
And I
Everybody
saw the
stopped robbing
announcement,
them?
and I rode the pump, and then it started capitulating while everything was crashing. So then I sold it off, and then I went to sleep.
Oh, dude, I can't believe that. Robinhood's listing a lot of new stuff lately. They're getting pretty active with crypto. I'm proud of them. They're finally stepping up their game. Did have a pretty good day, huh? Up like 15% on the day. See, like, that's what I'm talking about. If it stays in this range, I might just throw my grid bot on this range again, like I did last time, because it's like a 15% grid is gonna be way better. Like, that's like 150% on on 10x.
And Kraken on July 10th, so that's 2 big exchanges here recently.
It's gonna get listed on Kraken too, yeah.
No, it already was July 10th. That was kind of like the catalyst for that big pump.
Where's all the background noise coming from? What's going on? What's going on? Okay. It's gone. Why am I still looking at the freaking H bar? Look at me out. All right, well, I guess I should go to bed. Doesn't seem like there's much happening here on the charts.
Hey, yo. Anybody around? Anybody?
Lurking in the weeds, brother.
Hey, there you are.
How you doing, Rick?
Yeah, all right. I'm just on a break at work,
Yeah.
waiting.
What time is it there?
Hopefully, yeah. Crypto market, man, on the weekends. Lots of fun,
yeah.
huh?
Watching paint
The
dry.
week- yeah. Feels like the weekend takes forever.
Yeah, it's a slow grind.
Yeah.
I just
Oh,
get a
well.
bunch of my other. I'm just at my computer in my office at my house and just getting all caught up in all my other work and just kind of leave it up there in the corner and take a peek now and then. And keep the stream open in case something jazzy pops up and need to jump
Yep.
on it. Like I said, I tell you what I think kind of put me into that mode was the night that Trump released his coin. It was like
Oh, yeah.
it was like maybe one. I don't know. It was well. I think he released it earlier, but when I started seeing it coming across on stuff, it was like 1 a.m. my time, and people were still trying to guess whether it was legit or not. And
Yeah.
for shits
Alright.
and giggles, for shits and giggles, I threw 150 at it, and it was only like at $11, $12, and whoop, yeah,
Yeah,
it
damn.
ran all the way up to 75, and I bailed out. And then
Wow.
it's kind of like one of those things. You go to the casino and you win big the first time you go, and then you just think it's going to be that easy all the time. So I'm smart enough than that. I was actually worked in the casino business for 6 years, but it just kind of keeps you to that point where you just always want to sleep with one eye open type of thing. If you're at the TV or if you're at your computer doing other work, you just kind of always leave the box open just because you never know when some crazy shit's gonna hit.
Sorry, man. I was just in a drive-through to get coffee. I'm falling asleep, at work. It's crazy.
Oh my god, no worries.
And my boss was like, "Yeah, no, no, go get a coffee. Don't worry about it."
There
Because
you
it's
go.
a little bit of a drive to the cafe from my work. So
Oh, I'm
yeah,
57. I've never had a cup of coffee in my life.
really nice.
Yeah. Oh,
You've never
hate
tried
it.
coffee?
Oh,
Never
I've
tried
tried
it?
it. I just,
Oh,
I
you don't
just,
drink
I
it?
can't.
Yeah, don't like
Like,
it.
like licking an
Mm.
ashtray. Just gross. It's like tastes like
Yeah.
burnt mud to me. Even my daughter
Uh,
this last weekend, she was like, "Dad, you gotta try this taste." And I was like, and so
yeah, nah.
sometimes some of those drinks like, oh, it tastes kind of like caramel and chocolate, and all of a sudden that
Yeah.
aftertaste comes in. This one was right off the
Yeah.
get go, and it just like, oh,
Not a
they're
fan
just
of the
laugh.
coffee flavor. Yeah.
No, I love the smell of it.
Oh, okay.
And there's other
Yeah.
things I can think of, like to eat, like little, certain types of
Mm.
biscuits
Maybe
or different crackers, and yeah.
if you had a
That
really good coffee, like one that doesn't taste like a burnt ashtray, because I know what you mean. It's when the barista doesn't know what they're doing and they scorch the coffee grounds and it makes it taste burnt.
Oh, I
Yeah.
know, but everybody said, "Oh, well, you haven't
Bad.
had good coffee. You got to try this." And then every time like I said,
Uh, still no
sometimes
good.
sometimes at the beginning of that first 1.5 seconds, like, nah, okay, this is not so bad. And then all of a sudden, it just,
Oh
yeah,
dear.
I
Fair
can't
enough.
do it. But
To each their own. Oh, it's
yeah,
probably good for you. You've probably got very healthy adrenal glands then, because that's what it does. It hijacks you. It just pumps adrenaline,
sure.
and that's how it works. So you've probably got a
Seems like
very regulated, yeah,
seems like
normal.
it seems like it sends everybody to the bathroom too. So
Oh yeah, yeah. It does. It does do that. Yeah.
yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Did you have a decent week on the market?
Yeah, well, July has been great. Apart from the pullback could have been better, but hey, I'm still profitable for the month, which is good for a change.
Yeah.
You know, it's good to have a good month rather than like a stagnant month with nothing happening.
Sure.
But yeah, it is great. It's good when you've got extra chips to play with for the next month. You know.
Always. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's hope.
What about yourself?
Yeah, been a really good month. It was a couple of weeks ago when when things were launching there. I had a great few days, and so definitely built up the bags and just kind of, you know, I usually take a third of it and send it right to my personal bank account for bills and whatever, just to keep it safe. And then I'll take a third of it and just kind of buy some spot for like ETH and for ETH, for Bitcoin, SUI, and XRP. And then the other, I'll just leave it in there and just keep building up. The other third, I just leave in there to build up a bag to just so, again, like I said, if a big news story hits and you want to jump it all in and hot and heavy, then but other than that, I do a lot of small, quick scalping, like anything from I'll walk away with $15 to $75. But I'm only in the scalp for
It's good. It's
max,
good
a
practice.
handful of minutes, and then
Yeah.
I'll put, tuck that away and just building up small bags that equal a big bag, so that
Yeah.
when
Oh yeah.
something big does happen, and I've got a bag to throw in there.
Yeah, for sure. Provided you've got a good win rate. Yeah, dude, if you're making 50, $60 on a single scalp and you do like say 10 scalps in a day, it's like 500, $600. That's not bad.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I got a gold
In a day. That's really
two
good.
250 to 350 a day, and like I said, when you're just making small scalps, and like I said, 15 to $75,
Yeah,
anywhere,
yeah.
in that range. Like today, I had 8 wins in a row, and
Nice.
they were, again in that. Today they're about 15 to $60. Just
Sweet.
depending, but if I can, but it's tough because I own my own business, work from home, and so sometimes I'm on a Zoom call for an hour and a half, 2 hours, or meetings, or unexpected phone
Oh yeah.
calls.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's all good.
Oh, it's cool, man. It is probably the best side hustle, I think, crypto trading and crypto, in general, because you can show up whenever you like. It's there 24/7, and you can do it in your pajamas at home. You don't have to go somewhere or wait for payment from a company or whatever. It's just always there. I mean, the conditions vary, we know that, but hey, man, it's cool. It's cool to just plug in and be able to, produce gains like that. It's really good.
Well, it's I
And also dangerous. Can be
yeah,
if you're not playing it
and
right.
you have to be disciplined and not
Yeah.
emotional, and not,
Yeah.
just stay out of it. Too many people, I think, because they do hear about the quick wins, they do hear about the stuff, and so that, think of it as a get rich quick scheme. So they come in and
Yes.
just think they're gonna make money, and they just get plowed over. And
Yes.
I can't. I'm just gonna guesstimate. I've probably since January 1st put in over 800 hours of education, learning TA, learning, and unfortunately, I started out I didn't realize what I was getting into. I started out in the trenches, meme
Oh,
coins, and
right.
it was an
Yeah,
absolute
yeah.
shit market for the first 4
It's
months of the
very
year.
hard.
And I got
Yes,
my ass
definitely.
tore up, but I learned a lot of lessons, expensive
That's good.
lessons, but
Yeah.
it is kind of helped parlay over into this and stumbling across Dbloc. I've told people in this chat before, is like, do not trade alone. Be in a group. There's so many people with different backgrounds, different knowledge, different strengths, and everything else. And when you can't do it all now. There's too much shit going on. There's too many things to look at. And when you
I
can bring
know.
you've got a leader like Dbloc, he's great by himself. You have,
Yeah.
a hand, some of the other people that jump in, and they can be looking at other things and feeding you information and stuff like that. It just, holy
Totally.
cow, does it take a giant 900-pound gorilla off your back.
Yep,
You know?
100%. Yeah, couldn't
Yeah.
agree more.
But what's
It's
funny is
it can also, like, you can get caught up in emotional, like, when there's like a thing happening in the market, like price action, you'll hear it, like there's like a fever that takes over the Discord, and that can be bad in a way if you're taking
mob rule.
decisions
Yeah.
off that. Yeah, yeah. If you're not disciplined, that you can get carried away in that. I've been there.
Yeah,
I've been
and it's
there
kind of like
With Pepe. Pepe
yeah,
smashed
it's
me once. Yeah,
oh really?
yeah,
Yeah, it's kind of like
yeah.
watching the
Back.
news. Like you sit there and you soak it in, but there's certain, you have to be able to filter some stuff out and call bullshit out on other
Yeah,
things, and just not take it all to
100%.
all
Yeah.
to heart. But yeah, it's definitely a it's definitely a craft that takes a lot of yeah, just so much, discipline and
And
education.
practice.
And
Yep.
if you're not willing to put the hours in, like you're gonna get
Mm.
scorched.
Yep.
It's just
Hey,
the
I
way
gotta
it is.
go.
And all right, buddy.
I gotta
Good
get
rest
back
of the
to
day.
it.
Cheers.
Good chat. Yeah, have a good night. See you, dude.
All right. Take care, buddy. Good luck.
What's up, Cypher fam? Yo, 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 where everybody at?